Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for being here. My name is Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. It's right there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Yeah. Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And it's a Thursday. Thursdays have no feel, do they? I mean, I guess they're the precursor to people thinking about the weekend and whatever, but there's just no vibe on a Thursday. Am I wrong about that? I know everybody's kind of living there. You have a Thursday vibe?
I mean, I've been doing the show at High and Dry for almost 3 years now.
So you associate Thursdays with that show?
With that show and
okay.
And it's a really fun show, so like I'm excited for Thursdays because it's kind of an easy, lazy morning, and then come and do the radio show, which is really, really fun. And then after that, I'm like, oh, what am I going to do tonight? Oh, I'm going to go make people laugh.
Walk me through,
make
ideally.
Dreams come true.
Walk me through a Thursday morning. What was this morning? I know what Mary did this morning.
Ugh.
What did you do this morning?
I slept late.
What is late?
Today, it was later than I've slept on a weekday in a long time. It was about 10 o'clock.
So you slept until 10 o'clock
Yeah.
this morning.
Well, usually up around 8, but today was 10.
And then
I...
Is that too late for breakfast?
I mean,
hungry?
I kind of had like a breakfasty lunch. I just ate cereal for
I
lunch.
believe that's called brunch.
Yeah, I guess I just made that up.
I prefer breakfasty lunch. Come
I
for
just-
our
I had
bottomless mimosas on breakfasty lunch.
I had cereal for lunch. So I woke up, took the dog for a walk, cleaned up the house a little bit, got a few things done around the house, and then worked on this contest that I'm doing at my Wednesday show all through August. Got some judges for that, and then did the live stream stuff. Hired. Who did I hire today?
Oh, you hired them day of.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a bold way to do things.
Well, it's just the way.
Who did you hire today? Herbum Sloopers.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
hit
You
up
went
Her-
into your file.
Hit
You
up
go,
Herbum.
hello, is this Herbum?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's Bill Squire. Can you come in and do the video today?
So I did that, all that stuff, while also watching some Rich Eisen clips.
Uh-huh.
So nice, relaxed, chill morning.
Yep. All right.
Nothing
Poundcake work.
nothing exciting. Like the beauty of my life right now is I am so not exciting, and
Don't do anything.
it makes me. No, I'm doing lots of things, but they're like mundane things.
Yeah.
I like that. I like it that way.
You're a single
And
man
I-
again.
Yeah, and I've been watching some videos. I sent a couple of them to Mary about anger and
Oh, I didn't.
stuff like
I
that.
didn't watch that.
Of course not.
I was doing something.
I would
else.
have. You'd be
When
cured
did you send it? Yesterday?
last night, but I figure you might catch it.
Oh, I
this
was
morning.
watching Paranormal Caught on Camera last night for like 4 straight hours.
Okay, see, maybe if you watch the one about like
I got sucked in.
anger and stuff like that, like self-help stuff. I'm trying to.
I was going to say, why are you sending her videos about anger? She can
'cause it
generate
help-
enough of that on her own.
Right. Well, I'm trying. So maybe she'll have less anger.
To get rid of it, I think.
Yeah. I'm not trying to send her. If I want her to get angry, I know exactly what to
You
to
just
send
call
her.
her, send her some
Make a joke.
pictures.
I'm just. Yeah. I just.
Yeah, but she's got a therapist to do that, right? Hopefully the therapist is the one who's walking you through
This
Well,
guy,
how to mitigate your anger issues.
She might be, but
he is old, and I
Oh,
need
he.
a new therapist, but it doesn't matter.
You need a new one?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just send you YouTube
You're not
videos.
my therapist.
I'm not even saying I'll be your therapist, but I'll send
You're
you.
not my
videos.
YouTube therapist.
They're good videos. Watch it.
And Bill will only charge you half of what the old guy does.
Oh, wow.
So Poundcake worked. I know that. I assume that, I should say. You worked this morning,
Yes.
your morning job.
Well, there's two things for Thursdays today. I associate Thursday, not the cliche, if Friday Junior, but honestly, in college, it was considered Friday. Like, it was, a lot of people didn't have class on Friday, so they would go out and party. And
I mean, in college, people are out on a Tuesday. So I
But-
kind of remove college from the scheduling.
Well-
I'm talking about adults with jobs, maybe kids. Thursdays just kind of got, I don't know.
Throwback Thursday, though.
Well, you did invent that.
Yeah.
Just
You-
like
you
we
couldn't
just
find a way
invented brunch.
Breakfasty lunch.
And
was-
And I get my keys today to my apartment.
Oh, hey,
Oh.
to
So
the
that's
new
like the-
place. All right.
That's my big day today.
Well, that's exciting. And now you have to go to like a management office or something like that?
meet with the landlord. but
Meet
yeah.
with the landlord. Right. And they'll say, oh, my God, you're Cody Brown from the Alan Cox Show.
Sure.
They won't say that.
I don't think he knows, and I'm not gonna tell him.
Why not? He might want to
No, I don't want to.
bring him over for lunch,
No, I don't.
a breakfasty lunch.
I don't tell people that. If they find out, they find out. But I've never. I learned like when I was an intern, never to volunteer information. When I asked that lady for a picture, and she was like, "Oh yeah, no, I don't want a picture, but hi, Poundcake." Like I learned from that on the bar crawl. So.
Oh, you asked her, do you want a
What-
picture?
Yeah,
and
he
she
said, do you want
no.
a picture of me? And
Because
said no.
She was staring at me.
Yeah,
like,
but you never ask someone if they want a picture.
I learned,
That's not
okay?
you volunteering information.
Well, I'm just saying she was like looking at me. She's like, Poundcake? Like she was, and I said, yeah. And then she just kind of stared at me. I said, would you like to take a picture? And she said, no, that's okay. And
I'd just rather stand
okay.
over here and stare at you.
You just stare at me.
Take a picture, it'll last longer.
So after that, I'm like, well, that's embarrassing. So I'm never going to say, oh, you must know me from the Alan Cox Show.
Oh, you're never going to top when I was on the Corona cruise years ago and asked the lady when she was due,
Yeah, she wasn't pregnant.
Idiot.
and she wasn't pregnant.
So how did you play that off?
She was from out of town, Jersey. I don't know. I'm sure by that time. Listen, I'm pretty sharp,
You know
right?
girls these
I
days
I
wear
know
those.
I know my way around a conversation with another human being. So I had to have been 2 or 3 drinks deep by then. And some listeners wanted to introduce me to their friend who was from out of town, and they brought her on the
She
cruise
had no business being on
for
that cruise.
something fun to do.
She hates
And I
Alan
don't know.
Cox. You don't even know.
Well, that's fine. I mean, whatever. You got to, when you meet me, you got a 50-50 shot of whether or not you're going to walk away thinking it was a positive experience or not. But I don't know. I mean, I literally like stumbled into it
So
as
you
it was,
couldn't
as I
stop.
was saying it. I was,
I would share the embarrassment. I'm like, oh, don't worry. People confuse me with being pregnant too. You know, it's no big deal.
mhm.
And then just walk away, sip my beer.
Seductively, right.
Walk
And then
away.
Mary had the bug guy over this morning, so that
Yeah,
was.
we have terminix. We got termite damage, which conveniently enough, Brian discovered termite damage in the fact that he needed a new roof a couple months after I moved in. Interesting. 2 very expensive things that now all of a sudden you have a roommate to split bills with that suddenly just appeared. So we've had,
So wait, are you?
You're his roommate?
well, you know what I mean, like someone to split bills with.
Double income.
Yeah.
But are you insinuating that he knew about these things and didn't tell you, and
might
that
have.
you're?
He knew he
He's-
needed a new roof the whole time, but it cost $8,000. So he's like, well, let's let Mary move in first, and then we'll act like it's a surprise.
Wow.
He is
That
smart.
is cynical.
Right?
Wow,
Same
that's
thing with the
cynical.
termites. I bet he knew he had termites the whole time.
It's like, how much is my good D worth?
Well, let me ask you this.
Is it worth splitting the bill with me?
Damn
You're
it.
like, yes, it is.
At what point does having termites graduate to termite damage?
Well,
Can
so
they hang for a bit?
that's how we
Or-
found out that
Yeah.
it was a problem, is because one of the posts on the porch was like splayed out at the bottom. And so he like broke it apart, and it was like rotted all the way through, or thought it was rotted. And then we had the people come out. They're like, nah, that's termites, bro. So they've been coming out for like probably about a year now. They come out every couple months, and then they had to come out today. But we also have had problems with ants and bees in the kitchen. So they had to come out to actually come in the house. Normally they don't have to come. You don't even have to be there for them to come do their inspections and stuff. But today they had to come in the house. So they're like, oh, they'll be there between 10 and 2 or 10 and 12.
Those ant problems, a lot of house to clean. Expired.
That's scary.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah! Oh, my eyes! My eyes!
Bees.
In his eyes and his mouth, from what I can tell there.
That's scary. I just think about laying in bed at night and then like one of the pillars falling because they've been.
It's not a
eaten
pillar of the house.
I
It's
don't know what it is.
Right. It's not. It's like of our porch. It like you could take it off.
It's
and
not
it
a
doesn't have to
load-bearing
be
structure.
there. Yeah. But they were like, oh, we'll be there between 10 and 12. So I got up at 9 and I was like doing my regular morning routine. So that way everything was done in case they got there right at 10, right? So nothing at 10. All right, I make breakfast. Nothing at 10:30. Nothing at 11. Nothing at 11:30. And I was like, okay, well, they only have a half hour. That's when I text Alan, and I was like, hey, I might be late. This thing is supposed to take an hour, and they're not here yet. And they finally showed up at 12:20, which I get it. That's only 20. That's 20 minutes late. Like, it's not that much time, but that's like a lot of time. You had a 2-hour window, and you still showed up 20 minutes late. And then the guy didn't know what he was supposed to be doing. He's like, no, I'm here for the ants. I'm like, well, you're also supposed to do an inspection.
I'm here for the ants.
And he goes, I have too many people to see today to do an inspection. I said, well, that's what I scheduled. So, and I like showed him the email showing like the inspection and the ant like thing.
It's
Gosh,
an
people just wanna
insect
get out of
inspection,
stuff.
sir.
Yeah.
You're
So
supposed to do one.
he did everything. He's like, yeah, there's no problems. I sprayed everything. You'll be fine.
Oh, boy.
I was like, all right,
You
sounds
got the
good.
express
Right.
inspection under duress.
Yeah, and they're also just walking through there, just spraying like mist on. Yeah, it's all
Not
done.
even like
yeah.
I would
Fine.
describe the way he was spraying as haphazardly.
Right.
He was just kind of like swinging his arm wherever he wanted.
Not strategic.
Yeah, I was like,
It's
all
like
right,
a priest
man.
in mass with the incense. Whatever it hits,
Yeah, he
that's
was
when
like,
it hits.
but he was like annoyed with me that he was like, no, I'm not here to do an inspection. I was like, yeah, but I think you are. You know, like I didn't know what I was talking about, and he was like, you know, he had to double check. He's like, oh, I guess I am, blah blah blah. And then I don't know. It was fine. He did his job, and he was gone in like, I don't know, maybe a half hour.
Sure.
So it didn't take a full hour, but yeah, I don't like waiting for people. I know they have to give you that time frame
Well,
or
life
whatever.
is waiting.
But then I have to wait to take a shower unless I wake up at 8 in the morning because I'm not going to get in the shower and then have the guy show up to inspect the kitchen. You know
Well,
what
yeah,
I
I'm
mean?
having a new fridge delivered tomorrow morning, and they're like, we'll be there between 8 and noon. I'm like,
That's-
all right,
that's
homie, I'm not
crazy.
going to be here. Till my wife will be here. I'm like, I'll hang out for a bit, but I'm not going to be here till noon.
Yeah.
So, you know, FYI.
But also, this is all, yeah, well, that's the other thing I had to do. So Brian works.
Oh, I've got to go to a break.
Okay, bye.
Hold
It
that
doesn't
thought.
matter.
Listen, like I said, Thursday's got no vibe. There's no way around it, whether you've had a breakfasty lunch or otherwise. Yeah, 3:30 is going to be, or 2:30 rather, that next keyword for you to get yourself $1,000 today and tomorrow, the last 2 days, to grab one of these keywords courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
or whatever smart device podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is fucking pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got another $1,000 for it in about 6 or 7 minutes. Past few weeks, been giving you a lot of these keywords. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Today and tomorrow. Last couple of days to do it, I think. 7:30 tomorrow night, 8:30. Going to be your last keyword. But you'll get 1 hour with me this afternoon. So listen for each and every one of those keywords. You might get yourself some cash in the 11th hour, so about 6 minutes from now. Guardians start up in Chicago tonight against the White Sox, who are, in addition to being my A team, one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball. There's no way around that. But they will start a 4-game series with them tonight in Chicago. White Sox will be here at home next weekend. The game begins tonight at 8:10, so 7:40 is the beginning of your pregame there, and then 8:10 first pitch. You'll hear it here on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. Guardians trade Ahmed Rosario for Noah Syndergaard from the Dodgers.
That's Syndergaard.
What is it?
Syndergaard, I believe.
Oh, Syndergaard. You are right. Who I saw people complaining about that. And
Baseball fans complaining? That's so crazy.
well, I mean, sports fans in general complaining.
Well, sports fans in general, but baseball fans are particularly
You think so?
prickly because they're the ones that get mad if someone flips the bat or puts 2 feet on home plate.
Isn't that going away though? Those are the old school fans.
But
there's a
still-
generational.
They're still very loud and they're out there and they're very annoying. And
Well, no, I saw the complaints that. I mean, Rosario's not setting the world on fire, but he's a hustler, but they're talking about Syndergaard. This says Syndergaard. I don't know. Whatever. They talk about him like he's a little long in the tooth. I'm like, the guy's 30 years old. I mean, he's not. I don't.
He's
know.
had some very good seasons, but he's not where he used to be. He's had a very difficult year this year.
I just always
but also,
assume
Ahmed Rosario was the worst defensive shortstop in all of baseball.
Right, I know. That's
So
why.
it
didn't cost the Dodgers anything.
Yeah, we're trading one guy that's not living up to their potential for another guy that's past his prime.
It's a lateral move,
Yeah.
kind of, just to change in position. But I always assume that, that the people there at the front office at the Guardians probably know more about baseball than I do. I'm a fan, but I'm not down with all the strategy. I don't know what Chris Antonetti's doing over there, but I will defer to his judgment. So they've been looking to deal him, though, for a while, I think. So whatever. We'll see what happens.
Everybody wants a big bat. Like, that's what Guardians fans are looking for, but you can't get one of those. Like, no one's going to trade someone that's hit 30 home runs.
Right.
And if they are, they're not trading to the Guardians because the Guardians aren't going to shell out what they want for him.
Syndergaard. I think this in one article they spelled his name 2 different ways.
Okay.
So yeah, they spell it
It's
Syndergaard,
Syndergaard, yeah.
but you're right. It's Syndergaard. SYND.
Syndergaard.
Syndergaard. With the Cleveland Guardians.
He might be
Syndergaardian.
Poundcake's
Just
new-
call him Syndergaardian.
Poundcake's might have a new crush. He's a big, tall, Norwegian-looking dude.
They call him Thor because he
Yeah.
looks like Thor.
He
That's
does
his
look like
nickname.
Thor, yeah.
Looks like Thor.
That's clever.
It really was clever.
They
They
came
go,
up with
hey,
that.
look at this guy. He looks like somebody, but he's another one of those long-haired dudes. He's like Clevenger, got a lot of guys with long hair in baseball. But I don't think long hair is Poundcake's vibe.
It's not the long hair. You can rock it. Like Clevenger is my type, but it's not. I guess I don't really have a type. Just if you're cute and you can.
You don't think this dude's attractive?
These aren't skinny white boys. I mean, and again, Clevenger's not a good-looking guy.
I think
he's just got the long hair.
But he has swag. I think he carries it himself. Where he plays,
and he's on my White Sox now. I have to be a booster, but I don't think he's a good-looking dude.
I think he plays the hippie guy well, like the whole hippie vibe that he has going on, the long hair, the beachy clothes, the bright shoes.
Forests are a lie.
That is his thing. Just like Dave, members only. That is his thing. Like wearing stuff like vintage. That's his thing, and he carries that very well. He has swag. I can appreciate that. This guy, he just looks like he's unkempt.
The guy that we're getting here in Cleveland, Syndergaard. Unkempt.
Yeah.
You'd like him more kempt.
Well, the pictures you're looking at are probably in-game, like...
Okay.
They're action shots.
Well, what other pictures should I look at? His Instagram?
I don't know.
Maybe
There's
check
some of
him
him
out.
working out where he looks pretty kempt.
Very kempt is what you want. Your boy Kevin Love, by the way, was he was a Jeopardy question the other night.
Hey. Does that mean you've made it when you become a Jeopardy question? I think that's a pretty good
I think when you make
indication.
$100 million for playing a kids game.
That too. I have a feeling that he was doing pretty well before that. Watching Jeopardy, though, for people who do watch, and we watch just about every night, I don't know what that says about me, but I find it very calming when I get home from work to watch Jeopardy. And, but a lot of it feels like SpawnCon now, too, where the answers are clearly somebody who paid them to get their name in it. You know, the categories are weirder and weirder, and I think it's so that they can get sponsored content in there. At least that's what it feels like sometimes. When they have like a Netflix category or, you know, come on. One category is going to be Netflix, and the other one is 19th century Danish physicists. So it really, you know, which one of these is not like the other? But whatever. It's a nice way to cap off a long day as far as I'm concerned. To sit there. His name's not Noah, it's Thor. Well, his name is not Thor, is it? That's his nickname.
Yeah.
His name is Noah.
And
Syndergaard.
And honestly, though, I think I'm on the minority on this.
You definitely are.
I don't think Chris Hemsworth is the best looking Hemsworth.
You're out of
You
your
like
mind.
Liam Hemsworth.
You're
Liam
out
Hemsworth
of your mind.
is the better looking one, I think.
100%
I
out
thought
of your
that's-
Well,
I'm in the
that's
minority.
Poundcake's opinion. I think you are definitely in the minority in that, but he's
too-
replacing Henry Cavill over on that show.
He's too big and meaty for me. Like he's too big.
You like them thin and reedy.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have to be, but he's just too big. Like he's tall and bulky.
But they both are. They're both built very similarly.
No, they're not.
And
What about
Chris Hemsworth doesn't carry all that Thor muscle all the time.
No, but he does a lot of the time. I mean, because if he's not doing those now, he's doing those Extraction movies.
Yeah, but he
and
doesn't get as jacked for Extraction. Like, he's still muscular, but
he gets into Chris Pratt shape.
But when he is in Thor shape, he is another level of steroid abuse.
Now, now, what about the forgotten Hemsworth? What's your thought on him? He's the shorter one. He's not as good looking.
That must suck.
They look like, see, I'm with Mary. I think Chris Hemsworth is the best looking one. And as you go to the younger guys, it looks like a photocopy that has lost something in each. So there's Chris, and then there's Liam, and then there's Luke Hemsworth, who is also in films.
Oh, yeah. Luke played Chris in one of the Thors.
Okay.
Like he
threw him a bone to put him in a Marvel
Yeah,
movie.
Oh, he looks kind of weird. Yeah.
What was the movie that he was in?
But he's
He
much
was in
shorter than
Ragnarok,
them,
and
too.
they were doing like a play version of some stuff that happened in a previous movie, and that's who played Thor, and then Matt Damon played Loki.
Oh, right. Like a live. I got you. Never got around to seeing Love and Thunder.
Yeah,
I kind of stopped with Ragnarok.
That is a
I'm
duo.
so over Marvel at this point. Like, what's it called? The Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was fantastic. Far From Home, or No Way Home was good, but like I'm
I
just kinda
finished
burnt
Secret
out.
Invasion.
Which did it get good?
It did not get good.
Man.
Even the finale, I was like, okay, let's settle in because this is probably 90 minutes long. The finale was 37 minutes long. And I was like, wow, this is not. I think somebody made this comment to me. I'd posted something on Reddit, and somebody made a comment in one of the nerd subreddits that I'm in. And I said that just because you own the IP doesn't mean you have to squeeze, a 6-episode show out of every tertiary character. And somebody pointed out that they got really lucky with Guardians of the Galaxy. That was accidentally a huge hit for what are very clearly like not top tier characters in the comic book universe. Like Guardians of the Galaxy had been around for a long time, but it was also like a revolving door of characters. So they're like, well, let's make a movie and see if it works. And so because they own all this intellectual property, they're like, we're going to make movies and TV shows about everything, except nobody cares because you have to watch everything to watch everything else and follow along. And nobody wants to do that. If you're doing it with Thor and Spider-Man and Iron Man, you go, yeah, cool. But once those main characters are gone, I mean, Loki's fun. But again, that's like Thor adjacent. When you get to like
Right, and we had
Nick Fury's show, and you're like, oh, come on, they're going to do Armor Wars with, dude. And now they're in a bad position because they've committed to these shows, but now they want to like slash their programming because all these streaming services nobody's going belly up, but they're really trying. It's bad timing to be committed to these shows that nobody cares about. Secret Invasion was a huge waste of time. Olivia Colman was the best thing in it, and it wasn't her show. And you're like, oh, God.
It's a bummer because
it had a great cast that did
great
nothing.
cast, but nothing? Okay.
No.
That's
Say
kind of why I
do
didn't
not
take
waste
the
your
time
No.
with that one.
Nope.
But then again, you'll probably like Oppenheimer, so maybe I'll like Secret Invasion. We'll see.
All right, well, there you go. That's our take on the Hemsworths, and Secret Invasion on Disney Plus. And let me give you $1,000 here. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie today and tomorrow, your last couple of days to grab one of these keywords. There's plenty of them, though, between now and tomorrow night, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Were you saying something, Cody?
Yeah, I was just saying, looking at them lined up, that is not a duo you want to stand in between.
Yeah.
That is so bad.
Poor guy,
He's
man.
the oldest one, and yet he's like outshadowed by his.
Oh, is he the
younger brothers.
oldest? I thought he was the youngest.
He's 42.
Oh, okay.
Luke Hemsworth is 42. Liam is 33, and then Chris is 39. So yeah, he's the oldest one and gets the least amount of shine. Same with the oldest Jonas brother. What's his name?
The bonus Jonas, the one that's on that stupid claim to fame show.
No. There's an older one who was actually in the Jonas Brothers.
Oh.
There's Nick, there's Joe, and Kevin. Kevin is the one that's like, oh.
He's married to a civilian.
Yeah.
You can leave us messages if you listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app. There's that little red microphone, that talkback button there.
Hey guys, I just watched Mark Norman's new special last night, and he came up with the same idea with the separate poop and pee bathrooms. So screw you, Mary. This idea is getting legs.
Why is it screw you, Mary?
I don't know, because more than one person thought it was good. Because Bill and Mark had a similar idea, I guess.
Bill and Mark
so
Norman
screw me.
they are on team separate bathrooms for poop and pee. When the PAPC hears about this, they're going to be all in favor.
I don't care what you
We're going to have to make the PAPC, and then they're going to hear about it.
But boy, I mean, I'm on Team Mary on this. I mean, I try to support people's ideas, but I didn't tell Bill this because I didn't want him to feel weird about it. But I was up pretty late last night, really trying to work out the schematics of this, just kind of on my own to get my head straight about it. And I could not make it work. Couldn't make it work.
You're flip-flopping. Because
I'm
you
not
were with Bill
flip-flopping.
yesterday.
Well, only because I was trying to kind of follow it to its logical conclusion and hope that we could come up with a way to make it work as we were talking it out.
If you're a flip-flopper, then it means you have to go to the third option bathroom.
The leak bathroom.
Mm-hmm. For vomiting and pooping and peeing all at the same time.
Well, I didn't see the new Mark Norman hour, so I don't have the context for it. But if he and Bill are on the same wavelength, I mean,
when it comes to poop and pee,
it sounds like there might be some
I'm not going to put
venture
myself
capital
in the
that can be put into
stratosphere
this.
I'm not going to put myself in the stratosphere of Mark Norman as a comedian, but when it comes to poop and pee, great minds think alike.
Well, I was going to say, it's not even about the comedic angle of it. It's the idea.
Right.
Maybe the boys over at Case Western can work this out. Maybe there's but again, I'm not sure why a message would become a screw you, Mary.
That's how it goes. Fine. Screw me, man. Nothing matters.
Well, no, not that nothing matters, just that matters to that person, and they think that opinion reflects poorly on you, which I think is an odd take.
I don't care.
Because you had, let's be fair about this, Bill really was pretty lean on reasons it would work. You had a lot of reasons it wouldn't work.
Right.
And that was read as you poo-pooing the idea.
Yes.
But insofar as the pros and cons, you did have a more fleshed out list.
Right. And that's all
I
I
feel
was
like
trying
Mary.
to do.
I'm Mary, and Mary is her dad.
What?
Mary's
that's,
dead?
Like, well, no.
I'm dead?
No, you're because
I'm
when
500 pounds?
you said when you want to do comedy, your dad's like, don't do that. It's very slim chances of you making it. Go back to college. Don't drop out of college. That kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And that's what you're doing to my poop and pee dreams.
Well, then prove me wrong.
Mary's dad was
And
like,
then I'll die before you get a chance to prove me wrong, and then you'll walk around with this immense feeling of never making me proud, and you might have to go see an old man.
I know
Pay
I've
him
already made you
$70.
proud. So
You've
that's
Go
not
see an
good.
old man.
never made me
I
proud.
guess I
made
didn't
you so
realize,
proud.
Bill, that it rose to the level of a dream for you.
when
So
Mary,
that was my miscalculation.
I pooped my pants.
I mean,
I ate too much corn.
life goals, bucket list, whatever you want to call it.
I think bucket list works great in this
I
context.
think so too.
Yes, Poundcake?
when Mary told her dad that she wanted to be a comedian, her dad was like, "What, Mary? You're no Matt Rife."
Oh, okay. Yes, 11 years ago.
You're no Matt
Yes,
Rife.
yes,
Matt
yes.
Rife, Mary.
Cody.
Tony was way early on Matt Rife.
Yeah, he was like, Matt Rife was 11 years ago was like 12.
That guy has great crowd work at 12, Mary. You do not have that potential.
Well, you had kind of pointed out, speaking of Matt Rife, you had pointed out how many negative comments you get from people on social, or wherever you posted something about crowd work, and that women were really coming to his defense.
Yes.
And pointing out that they had no idea who you were, but
Right.
blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Did any of them take your advice, watch some of your material, and come back around and go, okay,
No.
nothing
Well,
like that?
nobody has reported, but that video is also at 3.2 million views and
That's insane.
25
Whose video?
mine
3.2 million views.
3.2 million views of
Yes.
people.
of people getting mad at me.
Yeah.
I see.
Viral
There's
for
2,500 comments on it.
Because all you said was Matt Rife didn't invent crowd work.
Yes, and everyone's like, "You're salty. You want to be him so bad. You can't make it by putting other people down." I said, "I didn't say a word about Matt."
Right.
And you're just jealous of him. I'm incredibly jealous of him and his career. I don't like his fans, which is you guys. Well, you should like us because we're the ones commenting on this post.
Oh, you're jealous of his. You said I'm jealous of his career.
Anybody, every comic on the planet should be jealous of his career. He sold out a world tour in less than 2 hours.
Right, but I guess I think of it in terms of this could all be over in a year.
It
It
probably
could
will.
be,
But it's still a
he's
good
also going
year.
to be a
no.
multi-millionaire by the end of
Absolutely.
it.
Right, provided that like your brother-in-law doesn't take all your money or something.
Sure, if he's trusting his brother-in-law, but this guy's going to make millions upon millions of dollars on this world tour. And I'm trying to negotiate getting a hotel for a weekend in Traverse City.
No,
they
I
don't want to
underst-
pay for me to go to a hotel.
No, I understand. I get it.
But that's the whole point of the video is that I was like, I didn't say one bad word about Matt Rife. I'm just trying to tell his fans that he's not the first person to do crowd work.
Do they think he's the first person to do
They
crowd
think
work?
he's the best. Okay, maybe he's not the first, but he's the best. No one's ever done it better than him. Dude, these comments are crazy.
Well, that's what fans.
Read these comments.
Do you know what fan means?
Bill, but then they say things
Fanatics.
like
They're
He should call his
stupid.
fans the Rifles.
But then they say things about me where they're like, "You're just a washed-up old hag,"
You're a
and I'm
bag.
like, "You're a
Yeah, so
bag.
they're making points.
washed-up old hag. I'm 33."
Not
Yeah,
only
but
that,
his fans are
washed up
21.
Washed
Yeah.
up implies that you had a time where people knew you.
Right.
And you're past that.
But that's what
They
I mean.
can't say, I don't know who you are, and you're washed up.
But they do. That's why.
no,
this,
I understand.
I posted the video in my
Millions.
Instagram and I put the link and I said, if you are bored and love drama, please just go read. You don't even have to read all the comments because there's 2,500 of
And
them.
I was bored
Read
and I love
some of
drama,
them.
so I read it.
And it's truly wild, the things that people are saying. But
What
then
is
there's
this drama? Is this drama?
it's
or is it-
internet drama.
I don't know if I call it drama. It's
People
ridiculous.
name calling and attacking my career because I said that
This is
the
what
person
constitutes
they
internet
love-
drama.
Yeah.
What we call this is content.
Sure.
It's called engagement.
Yeah.
And the algorithm loves it.
I did have one of my social media follows that I've been following for a few years. She does a lot of stuff about anxiety and recovery. Her name on social media is Juggling the Jenkins, and she's got a couple kids and she's got a few million followers across platforms.
Oh, the Jenkins are not her breasts.
No, the Jenkins are her children. But she's very open about mental health struggles and recovery struggles. And I've been following her for 2 years. And she commented and was like, "Hey, never heard of you, saw this, watched your content, and I absolutely love you. I feel like we're kindred spirits." And I was like, oh,
dragons.
So there
No
was
relation.
someone
So that was
yeah.
kind of cool. I thought
That's
that was
neat.
pretty cool. I was like, oh my God, this person that I've known about for a few years.
So
found
how
me
have
on
the
accident.
3.2 million views benefited you so far?
I've gotten almost 5,000 followers from it.
How has that benefited you so far?
That hopefully those 5,000 followers will turn into some ticket sales. When I
And
post
these
where
are
I'm gonna be.
Americans. Or are they in India and Pakistan
Well,
still?
I haven't checked the exact location of where
Shouldn't
these
done the
people have
breakdown
been,
yet.
but I would assume most of them are white women. So I would assume they're in America.
Yeah. So you really had a wave of Matt Rife Karens coming after you.
Yes, and what's funny is that it's mostly women defending him, and then mostly men saying, "Nah, he's not that good," which I think is hilarious.
Well,
But still taking a second to call you a bitch, probably.
Well, no, the ugly internet men are defending me,
Oh, well, there you go.
and then the internet women are defending Matt.
How the worm has turned.
Right.
I got a break here. If you want to text me 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
This is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
In Parma, see what you eat, daydreams are made of. We need something to do. Stuck here in Parma. These streets are loaded with potholes. No one takes birth control. Let's hear it for Parma, Parma, Parma.
Yeah, I'm on that Brook Park, looking for a porn store in a Home Depot. Need a new screen door. Yes, I live in Parma.
Been a big week for Parma. A dude from Parma won the Buzzard bike, right? Wasn't he from Parma?
Yeah.
He put it right online to sell it, but I don't know if
Did he sell it yet?
I don't know about that. I don't know if he got a buyer for it. But also, you Parmanians, it's been a big week. They did the top the top 100 cities, best cities to live in the United States. And Parma, Ohio is number 35.
It's pretty good.
That is very good. So congratulations, you Parmanians. You know, when you meet people from Parma, it is the 7th largest city in the state of Ohio. You never know which version of Parma you're going to get when you talk to people who live there. Because some of them will go, I can't wait to get the hell out of Parma. You know how Poundcake is about Northeast Ohio. He can't wait to get the hell out of here. New apartment notwithstanding. And then you'll talk to some other people who live in Parma. They go, I love it. Our buddy Mike from Parma, right? He enjoys it so much, he's made it part of his
last
identity.
name was from Parma.
Mike from Parma.
No, his name is Mike Franklin Rumparma. He goes by Mike F. Rumparma. Yeah.
Got it.
So just to be abundantly clear about that. So Parma and Cincinnati, the only two cities in Ohio that made it to the top 100 best towns in the United
I
States.
was going to say,
Cincinnati, you say, huh?
Cincinnati, wait a second. Are you performing in Cincinnati?
Why, yes, I am. September 7th through 10th.
September?
Yeah.
I'm living for today, homie.
Well, I got to get the word out there, all right?
Is this a thing you can tell people about, or is this another one you can't tell people about?
This one's Go Bananas Comedy Club.
The place is called Go Bananas, or
Yeah.
you want them to go to Bananas?
No. The place is called Go Bananas Comedy Club. It's great.
Cincinnati is number 81. But they're the only two cities in Ohio to make the list of top
Parma's
100.
high.
Parma's very high,
Good
not
job,
only
Parma.
among its citizenry, but also on this list.
Remember a couple weeks ago when we were doing our unpopular opinions about Cleveland stuff? Mine was, I don't think Parma's that bad. I said I don't understand the jokes. It gets a bad rap. Parma's not bad.
My
Parma
experience
would be even good.
with Parma is limited because I'm not super hip to like the borders. Like I know I've been in it. I know I've been in it. I know to me, it's like any other place. You can go to any town and they're going to have a couple of good things and a couple of bad things. But apparently on this list, number 35, well, I'll just read you what they wrote. Parma, with its laid-back hometown feel, kitschy lawn flamingos, neighborhood corner bars, and family-owned restaurants. Its vibe is old school in the best way, with unique neighborhoods like Ukrainian Village and Polish Village, where everything's shiny, Bill. I'm sorry, I'm being told that's Polish Village. Blah, blah, blah. It's hard not to feel at home here. The neighborhood in Chicago that Gwen and I lived in before we moved to Cleveland was called Ukrainian Village. And if Parma is anything like that, well, it's a different situation. But listen, Cincinnati making it on the list too. Now, I've never been to Cincinnati. I've only driven through. I've never stopped, gotten out, breathed any of the local air, eaten any of their watery spaghetti. So I don't know anything about Cincinnati. So what? I used to watch a television show when I was a kid about a radio station in Cincinnati. I forget what the name of that show was.
It was called
Cincy Radio Show. That sounds right. That sounds about right. Yeah. So the top ranking city, number 1 of 100, is Johns Creek, Georgia. And then Fayetteville, Arkansas took the number 100 spot. Bill has been to Fayetteville,
Fayetteville's
Arkansas.
very nice.
That's in the NWA, correct?
Yeah. Fayetteville's very.
It's hoity-toity.
It's very hoity-toity.
Why is it number 100? I wonder. It's dead
it's
last
college
in this
town.
list, huh?
Because it's a college town.
Is that where Walmart is too?
No, that's Bentonville.
Oh, Bentonville. So many
Is Bentonville on the list? Because I would guess that would be very high on the list.
Don't know.
Because Bentonville's very fancy.
I was gonna say very bougie. I heard.
Fayetteville is a college town, but it's a nice college town. It's good.
I have to think, though, because I don't think anybody would think of Parma as being a hoity-toity area. So at number 35, because obviously your top 10 are going to be pretty hoity-toity. It's going to be like Naperville, Illinois, and Troy, Michigan, and Carmel, Indiana, and, all these like, frighteningly clean towns. Once you get to Parma, when they're in the 30s, it's still very high on a list of 100.
Carmel, Indiana went viral for their tour of their high school a couple of years ago, where they're like, "This is Carmel High School," and it's just the facilities are insane. It's so nice.
Yeah, it's a very affluent area. Yeah.
I thought it was called Carmel.
Carmel, Indiana, like
Carmel.
Carmel, California.
Carmella.
Carmel. You call it Carmel. When you go there, call it Carmel.
I do. I've been there 100 times.
Now, the trouble is nobody knows what Carmel is. So when you go there, they won't know what you're talking about. They'll say, "What's Carmel?" And you'll say,
Caramel. It's actually caramel. Mary.
So you know where I'm going.
Did you know it was
Caramel
actually
isn't a
caramel?
thing, Mary. It's caramel is what you're looking for.
Pronouncing it wrong. Let me unfog my glasses while I correct your pronunciation
Now,
of
why,
caramel.
if I was wearing glasses, would they be fogged up?
Because you're sweaty. And
I'm not
nervous.
sweaty. I undersweat. I've told you know this about me. I undersweat.
I don't know that about you.
I've mentioned it many times. People who get very sweaty, I prided myself on being an undersweater until somebody told me in the medical profession that might be just as bad. That it might not be good that I undersweat because it would mean that I overheat. But I don't do that either. So I am, in the words of one doctor, a medical mystery.
Oh, wow.
His words. A medical mystery wrapped in an enigma.
No one's ever said that.
A non-sweaty enigma.
Nope.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, how's it going, Alan?
How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, just arguing the finer points of melted
Caramel.
sugar.
I'll say caramel. No, I was listening, and I heard you guys talking about the best cities, and Cincinnati was on there. Well, I can tell you firsthand that we have construction jobs down there, and there are weekly meetings on how not to get your truck or car broken into by crackheads and homeless people while on site, and also gun safety.
Well, that sounds like a good city because
Yes.
they're having the meetings. They're not having those meetings up here. You're just getting robbed and killed.
It's very proactive there in
Yeah.
Cincinnati. They're having these conversations. Hey, here's how you don't get robbed on the site. Good thing you're wearing a hard hat.
Yeah, so I won't say exactly which section of 75 in Cincinnati, but one of my guys was down there, and there was drive-by shootings between two cars in stop-and-go traffic.
Yeah. I bet they were stopped, weren't they?
And then they went a little bit, and then they stopped again.
Yeah,
but, yeah, everybody
right.
ducked and hid and ran, and he got pulled off the job pretty quickly after that one.
Once all of the other cars were able to figure out what the pattern was, drive, stop, shoot, everybody felt a little bit safer once they kind of saw what was going on. All right, well, keep your head down in Cincinnati there, Craig. Listen, here in Cleveland, those conversations are being had too, but nobody can seem to figure out what to do. Violence in Cleveland, according to the Plain Dealer, unprecedented. But the people in charge of the city cannot figure out what the cause is. So between the county prosecutor, between the mayor, they're like, well, we know we've got a problem. What are we going to do? And basically it comes down to it's too easy to get a gun and it's too easy to steal a Kia, which is true. All you need is a flathead and a USB cord, and you get right in there. But did you see the video that they're talking about, by the way?
No.
This band of youths that just beat the piss out of this dude in the parking lot. These kinds of things are rarely random. So the notion that they didn't know the guy at all is probably not the case. But this is a gas station parking lot at like 140th and St. Clair. If you're watching the live stream, I'll show it to you briefly. There's no, because of how they label everybody in the video, because they have to do that for, when they go through the surveillance video for law enforcement to look at. There's no sound to the video, but there's a guy that you'll see, and they'll give you, he's blurred his face, but they'll give you a handy victim right there, right? There's a lot of arrows and pointing at juveniles, and there's just one car parked at this gas station, and then a bunch of kids show up, a whole gang of youths, and they go running toward the dude. Now you'll see there's juvenile number 1, and he won't be the last juvenile that they will label in this video. But I feel bad for the guy who's just parked right here in this red car as this group of like a dozen kids run up and start beating the hell out of this dude and kicking him around. And other people are just trying to get gas. There's juvenile number 3. And then they'll show you there's juvenile number 4. Now, the dude that they're fighting is like no. The guy that they're tossing around, this poor guy, they said he's some guy in his mid-30s. He's wearing shorts under sweats. So they immediately pull his pants down. And so he's trying to get, and you know how difficult it is to get your footing when your pants are around your ankles. If you've ever been caught at someone's apartment where you shouldn't be there, you know how difficult it is to get the hell out of there when your pants are around your ankles. There's juvenile number 8 kicking the guy in the head. Now you start to see the labels for gun, because they need to label those too. Gun, this kid like drops a long gun out of his pants. So that's on the ground.
But then he puts the gun on the ground?
On the ground, yeah, lets it lie
And then
there.
another guy grabs
And
the
then
gun.
the other dudes have like pistols and stuff.
Dude, that's
And
like an AK-47. What is that?
the fighting continues. They slam this dude to the ground. So the kid picks up the AK or whatever it is like pointing it at him. Other people are just kind of walking through. By the way, anybody who was going to drive by and stop here to get gas has just kept on going, because there's a massive brawl going on in the parking lot with this dude who can't get his pants up to get his footing, and they're just like wailing on this guy. They're just beating him with like they start beating him with like the orange parking cones. And so there's no way these guys didn't know who this guy is. And it goes from there. I mean, they're labeling the guns, but then it's like pop, 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 more people show up.
But did they shoot him, or did they just shoot
They didn't shoot him. They just beat the hell out of him,
yeah.
and he ends up going back into the thing after, I'm not going to show you the whole video,
Thank
but
God,
after
I
this
mean-
long video. So I don't think anybody ended up getting shot, but a lot of rounds were fired off at this thing. But it's kind of being, and so when they talk
and
about.
they're all driving Kias.
Hyundais, whatever. But when they talk about, roving bands of youths.
This is it.
This is it. But it's also, again, most of this kind of stuff is not random. It's not to say that there isn't random crime. There's random crime everywhere. And they do need to figure this out. They need, by the way, if you watch that YouTube video, don't read the comments. Because guess what? A lot of people who all of a sudden don't like the Second Amendment anymore. Oh, really? I wonder what the difference is in that. Well, nobody knows. But the people who are in charge of the city, like, well, we got to get our hands around this and figure it out.
Dude, that's insane. Dude was just sitting there and just squad pulled up on them. At least back in my day, it was frowned upon to jump. Like, that was you were looked at as weak if you were to jump on someone. Now, it's probably like some type of, like, oh, no, you have to jump someone. It's a thing now.
Well, I don't think anybody was getting initiated into the
I don't know.
Latin kings, but, I mean, it just looked like it was a guy that they knew.
But then this one dude puts a mask on and starts running and shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, back in the day, if someone were to get jumped, that person who initiated the jump would then get beat up because they're like, oh, that's weak. Like, you don't jump people because you're beating on someone who can't really defend themselves against 8 people.
Well, yeah, but that sounds pretty old school. That implies that there's rules to follow.
There was.
Yeah, back when gangs were kind of more centralized. Now everything's all over the place. So who knows? But So these are the videos that they show, and they're trying to, the way the youths of today, they're out of control. And they should talk to Connecticut. I know Connecticut's a small state, but that is a state that over the past 20 years has really figured out some things. They cut the number of people in prison in half. They closed a dozen prisons. They have crime rates at 40-year lows because they finally came to the conclusion that they were kind of, they were overcharging people with crimes or charging them for more than they should have really been. And they did a lot of things in the state of Connecticut that not only kept people out of prison, but also dropped the crime rate. So I hope the people who are running Cleveland right now, Justin Bibb and the county prosecutors and those people, I hope that they're looking kind of outside the box, if you will, for things to figure those kinds of things out. Because they're going to have to do something, and nobody seems to know what that is. But I wasn't joking when I said, but basically 2 conclusions that they came to were too easy to get a gun, too easy to steal a Kia. I don't know what the Kia has to do with this particular video. I don't think it has to do anything with that. But when they talk about, yes, that's right, that they're real easy to get into. And so who knows? But as we enjoy our gainful employment here in downtown Cleveland, right across the street from the east side, by the way.
So close.
So close to the east side. We keep our heads on a swivel. I got more money for you. 3:30 is that next keyword. Last couple of days to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. I hope you're listening to each and every one of those keywords so you can get some of that. I'll have Buzzard Fest tickets for you after the break. That is 1 week from tomorrow. BuzzardFest.com will sell the tickets to you. I'll give you a pair after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and
in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
Want to join us for Buzzard Fest? For the first time in over 2 decades, it is back in Northeast Ohio. Next Friday, Victory Sports Park in North Ridgeville. Incubus is your headliner. We've got Gavin Rossdale and Bush coming to perform for you. Eddie Kowalczyk and Live. Rich Patrick and Filter. Welshly Arms from Cleveland, Ohio. The Kaleidoscope Kid and Winona Fighter. A couple of bands that if you're not hip to them yet, you're going to dig them after you see them. BuzzardFest.com has got all the details for you. You can buy your tickets there. I think right now you can get 4 of them for $220, or you can win 2 of them from me. Want to join us next week for Buzzard Fest? Be caller 10. Good luck. We'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I want you to remember a love so full it could send us always. And I want you to surrender all my.
I think I'm most excited to see Bush again. I think Gavin Rossdale is a real living, breathing rock star. I know all these bands are a big deal, and that's why it's going to be a lot of fun. But I'm excited to see Bush. There's a lot of bands that I did not think would be around 30 years later, and Bush and Weezer are at the top of that list, but I dig them a lot. So that's going to be a lot of fun next Friday. I'll have another pair of tickets for you tomorrow. Again, buzzardfest.com. Another chance for you to win. I'll have passes on board the Alan Cox Show cruise. That is returning as well. It hasn't taken 20 years. The last one we did, obviously, was pre-COVID. So summer of 2019 was the last time we went out on the Nautica Queen, and so we're going to do it again, August the 26th. I'm calling it Captain Fun's Floating Fandango because why not? Or the if you prefer, it's presented by MMS and Bud Light. You got to win your way on. For people asking me about Dave Chappelle tickets, by the way, Rover has those for you next week. Chappelle set September 8th at the Romo Fijo. So if you want to go to that gig, that's where you'll do it.
I'm giving away a pair of floor seats at my show at East End.
Floor seats for Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, it's a contest. It's a
How'd
comedy
you score
contest. I bought them and I'm giving them away.
You bought floor seats for Dave Chappelle, and that's not true.
Yeah.
You bought floor seats for Dave Chappelle.
Tell him what you actually
which
did.
could not have been cheap, and you're going to give them away.
Yeah.
Tell him why.
Because I want to do something good for
Is that
people.
what it is? You're just out of the pure goodness of your heart.
No, I
being a
bought
nice
them and I was
guy.
like, all right, I'll hang on to these. And, you know, if you can resell them, I'll try and resell them. But you can't resell them, so I'm turning it into a comedy
Oh, you
contest.
did? So you basically...
He bought him to make money off of him, and now that he can't, he's acting like he's doing something nice.
Well, no, that's fine. He is doing something nice. That wasn't
I
his
am still-
intent, but
I
he
didn't-
is still
I didn't
doing...
intend on doing something nice.
Why aren't you going to use them?
Because I'm going to be in Cincinnati.
So you might as well have just set that money on fire.
Well, I mean, I'm sure I would have been able to find some. They're Chappelle tickets. I'm sure I could.
Why can't you resell them?
They don't have a resell option, and I'm sure I could resell them. But then I thought about it. We have a good scene here, and I think it'd be fun for one of the comics to win tickets. So we're gonna do a contest at East End on Wednesday, all through August, and the finals are gonna be on September 6th.
So this is going to be like a way for the audience to tell you, hey, this person was the funniest.
Yeah.
And then the person who wins that contest will get them.
Exactly.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
You know, for as long as Bill Squire has been...
Matt Rife's the front runner right now. This is
Does he
old
do any
washed
crowd
up
work?
hag.
Because I'll tell you what, that's for anybody who says
It's
Bill
a
Squire.
5-minute set, so crowd work's tough to do in a 5-minute set. I want prepared material, but there's going to be judges. There's going to crowd interaction or crowd reaction is going to be part of it. It's going to be. I want to make it as fair as possible and send the most deserving person to see Dave Chappelle.
And this is precisely why the Cleveland Comedy Awards has the Bill Squire Award. Is that going to continue? Who won the inaugural Bill Squire Award, by the way?
Mary, you presented it. Who won it?
I don't even remember. It wasn't a very memorable moment.
Didn't Bill Squire win the inaugural Bill Squire Award?
I did.
It feels fixed, but nevertheless, there's a reason for that because should you ever suggest that he doesn't give back to the community,
Even
there
if
it
it's
is.
because I messed up. But instead of still trying to sell those, I was like, you know what? This would be even better.
But you
it's
are
like $500 worth of tickets.
You are
too.
making lemonade out of those lemons.
Yeah.
Who's going to complain about Dave
smug look on
Chappelle
her
today?
I've got a smug look on my face because you're virtue signaling right now.
No, he's not.
Yes, he did.
No, I did a dumb thing.
You bought these tickets so that you could turn them around
Yes,
and
I
make
did.
a profit.
Nevertheless,
I'm being
he is
honest
still,
about that.
He's still doing something nice.
Yes,
he
but
could,
okay,
but
so-
he could sell them.
But he can't.
Yes, he can.
He just said they're not available for resale.
No.
You're not allowed to resell them.
You can absolutely resell them. There are plenty of places you could resell them.
Right.
There's probably a couple of avenues officially you're not allowed to, but he could absolutely. You know how 2023 works, right? I mean, you could resell floor seats for Dave Chappelle. Of course he could. He's not doing that. He's giving them away. Was his intention to flip them? Of course. He's a sneakerhead. He knows how that works.
Sure.
But he's not going to. But he could.
Okay.
Which week are you signing up for?
I'm not doing this.
You don't want to win the tickets?
I don't have any interest in that. And
You
also,
could sell 'em.
I'm in Richmond, Virginia that weekend.
Anywho, if you don't win them, you can win them from Rover. You don't win them from Bill, you win from Rover.
I don't know.
So we
Rover's
still,
giving away floor
okay,
seats, though.
Hold on, though. So we still...
Not floor seats. Rover's going to put you up in row X, section 406,
Just
probably.
as close here.
Is the kind of tickets that we get here, yeah.
We applaud nice things if the
I'm
original
not asking for
intent...
applaud.
He was playing music and saying how great of a person you
Because
were.
he's making
and-
fun of me.
Okay.
No, I'm actually not.
I don't think that he is the thing.
No, I'm not making fun of him because whatever your intention was,
That's what I'm saying.
you have pivoted. There's nothing wrong with buying something with plans to flip it. And it's what you're doing, Mary, is ha, 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 you got screwed on your plan. What I'm saying is he could still sell them. He could absolutely find somebody to buy those from him. He's not doing that. He's choosing to make lemonades out of those lemons.
Okay.
So if you're a comedian and you're listening, email booking@billsquire.com.
Now,
Get
if you're a
signed up.
comedian and not listening,
maybe
you're lost because
Yeah.
you don't know what we're talking about right now.
But you can still go and cheer someone on and maybe be their plus one.
Why don't you sell them to Mary?
I don't want them.
You
She's
don't
gonna
want
be
them.
I'm going to be in Richmond.
I'll sell them to you right now for $1,000.
I don't want them. You couldn't sell them to me for $100. I'm not going to cancel my weekend to go to a Dave Chappelle show.
All right, $2,000
No.
right now.
Absolutely not. You're not
$5,000.
good at this.
$5,000.
You're a worse gambler than I am.
This isn't a gamble. I'm not trying to sell them. Trying to give them away.
Could
because
you
I'm
do me a
virtue
favor
signaling.
when you're in Richmond?
Mhm.
That's about a half an hour from where I was born.
Okay.
Could you go to the Army Hospital where I was born and see if the plaque is still there that recognizes me
Yes.
as the
There's a
largest
plaque?
baby ever born there?
What's the name of the hospital?
It used to be called Kenner Army Hospital. I don't know what it's called now. It's in Fort Lee,
Mattel.
Virginia.
Fort Lee, Virginia.
It's
Bought out.
Mattel Army Hospital.
Kenya. Wait, what was it called?
Yes, Kenya Army
Kenya
Hospital.
Army
No.
Hospital?
I think the hospital has a different name. When I was born, it was Kenner Army Hospital. I don't know what it's called now.
Okay. And I just go in and stop a random nurse or doctor and say,
yes.
do you know where the Alan Cox plaque
Just
is?
say, do you know if the plaque is still there in the maternity ward that designates Alan Brandon Cox as being, as of 1971, the largest baby ever born at the Army Hospital?
Got it.
because I was 13 pounds when I was born.
Okay. I, made
I
a
was
note
an
of
emergency C-section, and I was dead for a minute before they revived me. This is all borne out in the plaque.
that. Okay.
But
I
it's
made
it's a half an hour from Richmond. I'm asking you just as a solid. You don't have to do it. I know that, but during the day, most comics have a lot of time to kill when you're not performing, right?
Yeah.
You get up late, you have a breakfasty lunch,
bowl of cereal.
something.
Okay, I'll do that. And if there is, do you want me to, if it is still there, do you want me to remove it from the wall with a crowbar?
No, I want you to send me a photo.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I also got another milestone today.
Who does?
Me.
Oh,
Why do we have to celebrate you
for
so much?
Celebrate me so much.
Why wouldn't we?
So much.
What did you do?
I crossed 100,000 views on Pure BS.
Oh, good.
You know, it's funny when people like jump all over me when I react to things, and you're like the worst.
I'm the worst right now. I'm always happy for people.
Yeah.
I'm in a mood, brother.
Why are you in such a mood?
I'm just in a mood.
Because of the termites?
No.
But yeah, 100,000
Congrats,
views.
that's really cool.
100,000 views on Pure BS. Very happy about that. So thank you to everybody that's watched it. And what is this?
These people will not stop clapping. Oh, my God. They will just not. Hey, I have $1,000 for you. As promised, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Eddie.
Yes.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Hanging in there.
Good. I was trying to see about those tickets.
The Dave Chappelle tickets?
Huh?
The Dave Chappelle tickets?
Yes, sir.
Well, they're floor seats, so they're $800 a piece.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's not even flinching, Bill. You sure you want to go full tilt boogie on these on this contest
I already
you're
committed
doing?
on the contest.
Oh, this is just gonna.
I'm sure you can find some out there, though,
This
Eddie.
is just gonna stick it to him, Eddie.
Yeah, I see.
Eddie doesn't
How about giving them to me?
Why would I do that?
Giving them to you. That's why I
Why
said
not?
they're
You wanna give 'em
$800 a
away
piece.
anyway?
No,
No,
I
he
want to
doesn't
give.
wanna
I want to
give
give them
them
to one of
away.
the comedians in the city that I think will deserve them.
Well, hold up, Eddie. Are you funny?
I'm real funny.
Say something funny.
Not too funny though.
Not too. No such thing as too funny. You can never be too strong or too funny.
You can sign up and do a set, Eddie.
Yeah, sign up.
All the details
Sounds
are on my
great.
Facebook and my Instagram.
I'll have to check it out.
All right, sounds good, bud.
Imagine if Eddie went up and won the whole thing.
That'd be amazing.
It'd be great. Anyway, maybe Poundcake should do a set. It's not unprecedented. He could walk away with those Dave Chappelle floor tickets.
I haven't done a set in forever.
Let's have people come to the window and dress like Dave Chappelle, Bill.
There we go.
I don't think you want that.
And it doesn't count unless you're in blackface.
I was going to say.
That's right. We'll make sure you don't get canceled.
Good for you on 100,000, Bill. That's very exciting.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Boy, you
Now
really had to
it's-
drag it out of her, didn't you?
I didn't.
Really had to drag it out of
No,
her.
that's awesome.
Under duress. She's over here like with 3.2 million views. She's like, "Oh, Bill, that's great."
That's
It's not on a special. My
though.
special has like 42,000 views.
Oh, God.
Well, that's very good too.
Good for you.
And your special's been out half as long as mine, so I think you will be in 3 or 4 months at that 100,000 goal that you wanted to get to.
Oh.
Now, what does that
who
do for
knows?
you? Make some money on that?
No,
I don't make money on anything.
it's negligible for how much I spent to make it.
But what I'm saying is, like, the goal is what?
The goal is to get people to come and see me.
The goal is to sell tickets.
Yeah,
I see.
So
that's,
the
that's,
more
that's what
views
all
you
this stuff
get,
is.
You're not monetizing the channel.
No.
Like the channel's
I see.
monetized, but it
But
doesn't.
it doesn't matter.
It's not making enough for me to be like, I guess I can just
Understood.
do this
Live
now.
off my YouTube money.
Yeah.
It's all about conversion to
Yes,
ticket sales.
The ticket sales, and I got other, events going on later this year.
Okay.
So we'll go that way.
Well, for example, Mary, like your Matt Rife video, the one that has 3.3 million,
Mhm.
how much would you make off of that?
None. $0. I don't make anything off of
Then
that.
why are people even content creators? If you can get 3.3 million views on a video
Well-
and then not get paid for it.
Because the point is hopefully of this 3.3 million views, like I said, I got
know,
about 5,000 followers.
I understand
if I can
that.
translate those 5,000 followers into ticket sales.
That's you. I understand your standpoint on that. I'm talking about people who like just make content, like they're
Well, 'cause there's other
TikTokers
people-
or whatever. How do they make money off of 3.3 million views on a video? That's a big deal.
So on TikTok and
Just TikTok now.
just TikTok, actually, they just brought a new one back for Facebook, but not. It's a weird one because it's not for reels and it's not for stories. So I can make money off of Facebook posts right now if people go and like and interact with posts that are long form videos or just
So you have to get
a
likes
picture
and
or something
interactions.
like
It's not
that.
even views anymore.
It's because they
It's
already
like
got people
shifting,
looking at
yeah.
that, so they want to get people back to looking at everything. They're doing anything they can to get you to stay on Facebook all day long. That's all they want.
Influencers, by the way, are being left out in the cold on this SAG-AFTRA thing because influencers were like, this is going to be great. All these like A-listers can't work now, so we're going to swoop in and we're going to just be printing money. Except SAG-AFTRA said, okay, well, if you do that, you'll never be able to get into SAG-AFTRA. So all of these influencers are having to cancel promo deals because of the SAG-AFTRA. Like, influencers are no doubt a big part of marketing now, but they also know they're going to get blackballed from the unions. And listen, let's not lie. Influencers still want to be traditional performers. They still want to be in movies. They still want to be in television. They still want to write and direct and all that stuff. They don't want to be on TikTok for the rest of their lives. So they're kind of in limbo right now because a lot of them were like, this is going to be great. These brands are going to have no choice but to come to us. And the unions are like, no, can't do that because then we'll never get you into the WGA or SAG-AFTRA or whatever.
Well, that's what I said when this whole thing happened. I immediately was like, well, TikTokers are going to do it. You can make a movie with TikTokers. They think they're
Right.
famous anyway.
Right.
And then they were like, no, you can't do that. But then it's like, well, if SAG isn't something you ever aspire to.
Yeah, but a lot of them do.
Yeah.
Because like I said, they still want to be on television and
Right.
movies and things like
And
that.
you still
gotta
have
think
to get
about the
people.
crew.
Yeah, you still have to get a crew that's going to help you do that too, and they're
Yeah.
not going to
People.
cross. Yeah.
Yeah. What do they call them? Scabs? When you
Scabs,
cross-
yeah, you can't, yeah.
Or there's
Well,
like-
and that's another thing too is this studio A24, which is an independent studio, but makes very popular movies. They just have a really good run of making good movies. They figured it all out with SAG-AFTRA. So they signed a thing. And so actors will be able to work with A24. And so the thing is now is like A24, which is a pretty small comparatively, it's an independent studio. They have smaller budgets. Disney can't figure this out, but A24 can. How to sign with SAG-AFTRA? They should figure it all out now because they will eventually have to figure it out. So I don't know why, but nobody's budging right now. They should just go, look, that's why the governor out there, Gavin Newsom, he's going old school and he's sitting down and going, all right, we're going to figure this out because entertainment business kind of important to the state's economy since LA is a company town. So let's get your shrimp together and figure this out because you're not going to be striking for the next 5 years. So sit down and figure it out now.
But the people aren't homeless yet. So the execs don't have any, they haven't done their,
Yeah, but I think that's
you know,
not.
they
that's,
haven't gotten to their breaking point
They're
yet.
just going to leave
But
California.
they need to realize that that is not a winning strategy.
They don't care.
Yeah, they care.
Well, 'cause
They're
then
not
they'll
going
be
to run out
enti-
of money.
The entire right, but again, that's short-sighted. They're going to have I said this yesterday. They're going to have a great second and third quarter because they're not paying anybody now. But you can't do that in perpetuity. If you're a content company, you need content. You can't just give people stupid reality shows for the next 18 months. So I know that's what they want to do, but they need to figure out. You know, back in the day when like in Pennsylvania, you know, when the coal barons were fighting with the unions, the governor would come in and sit down and go, hey, figure this out or I'm going to start cracking heads. because this is important to the economy. That's what Gavin Newsom is trying to do out there in California. So who knows how it's going to go, but you can't do it indefinitely. You can't. And so people are like, why can't Disney figure this out if A24 can figure this out? Because then it's not about, oh, we don't have any money. It's absolutely not that they don't have money. It's that they don't want to pay people for what they do. But they're going to have to figure it out.
I just wanted Cody, Alan, Poundcake, Helpful Brown to know that I have a pickup truck. And since everything he does is transactional, let that bitch move himself.
Wow, out of the blue, Poundcake. People
was
listening to yesterday's show and dropping me messages telling you they're not going to give you their pickup truck. It's so cruel. What's the point?
Because they're petty, but I don't care. It's not their job to do it. I
understand.
The last time I moved, and this is the only reason why I even thought of the idea anyways, was because the last time I moved, I was moving out of Gay Bay into my other friend's house, and I took a picture. I don't know, some of you guys may remember. I think it's probably still on my Instagram. I took a picture of the stuff in the U-Haul that was actually my stuff. And someone commented below, and they were like, oh, my God, I can't believe you got a U-Haul for that. You need a friend with a truck. So I was like, okay, next time I won't get a U-Haul, I'll ask a friend with a truck. And then now everyone's telling me to get a U-Haul. I'm like, guys, I'll get a U-Haul. I was trying to move as cheap as possible because I literally only have 4 things. I didn't think it was worth it to get a U-Haul, but if I have no choice, I will.
Yeah.
I don't have really anybody to help me just because my mom's moving out and she's still tidying up her house, and my brother can't because his leg. So I would still need an extra pair of hands anyways, but again, I'll drag myself up the stairs. I don't really care that much.
I remember moving one time. I moved a lot over the years. I remember one time when I was moving from one neighborhood in Chicago to another, I used a company called Two Mexicans and a Truck.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. This would have been like, it was when I moved back, 06. 2 Mexicans and a truck. And you know who showed up?
2 Mexicans?
And a truck. Yeah.
As advertised.
As advertised. That's right. I think they were trying to grow their business because they had more than one truck. They started out small, but I bet they ended up with a lot more Mexicans and a lot more trucks. And it's real hard to be the competition for that because you're not going to hire Italian guys. You're not going to hire, I don't know what they're going to do. But anyway, that guy, I guess, felt compelled to tell you he's not going to give you his truck.
That's fine.
Nor did he leave his contact information. I've got to take a break. I'm going to have those tickets for you if you want to join us on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. It's the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise with MMS and Bud Light. We're going to go out in the Nautica Queen on August the 26th. It's a Saturday afternoon, and I'll have passes for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, you're afflicted with panic attacks. What causes it?
Mostly for me, it's airplanes. I don't like being trapped anywhere. I really just hate being trapped. If I'm not thinking about it, though, totally fine. But if I start thinking, hopefully I don't have a panic attack in here, you'll just have one.
So you have a panic attack about panic attacks is what you're telling me.
100%.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan for the Foundry Social and High Voltage Karting out there in Medina. It's a Thursday night. That's when they do their Patio Palooza party. Live music out there on the patio from 6 to 9 tonight with Rizzo and Raucus. But they do different things every night of the week. They do trivia on Tuesdays. They do Wing Wednesdays, Friday Night Live. So if you can't make it tonight, they're going to have live music tomorrow night as well. So whether you're looking for a casual hang or, maybe you got a meeting or something a bit more official, they can make it happen. They have games in every direction. Food's awesome. Mad Brewing is on site too. So get online, see what they're doing. Go to thefoundrysocial.com, or if you want to get behind the wheel right next door, go to highvoltagekarting.com.
It's summer at Starbucks, where the brightest drinks
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Traffic can't stop away. Can't stop away.
All right, it's the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. We haven't gone out on the Nautica Queen since the summer of 2019, and so we're returning. Captain Fun's floating Fandango is going out the afternoon of August the 26th. It's a Saturday, as history dictates. WMMS and Bud Light would love to have you along. If to win your way on, I will be telling you about a couple of ticket stops I'll be doing next couple of weeks. So listen for those. You can win at WMMS.com at the contest tab there. Try to get in. Or win here. Be 21 and be caller 10. Good luck. See you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians are in Chicago tonight. It's the first of 4 against the White Sox. Guaranteed rate field. That is an 8:10 start tonight. 7:40 is going to be your pregame coverage. Remember, for the remainder of the month, you can use the promo code HOT20, HOT20. Last day of the month is Monday. Unbelievably, almost August. HOT20, though, will get you 20% off whatever you get at CLE Clothing Company. So whether you find yourself in one of their stores looking around, or if you're online being lazy but still want to get something, there's Buzzard merch and a whole lot of things with the word Cleveland on it. You get 20% right off the top with Hot 20. But Guardians, White Sox, live from Chicago tonight, first of 4 here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Anybody watch any of that C-SPAN coverage of the congressional hearing on UFOs?
I did not check any of it
pretty
out
wild.
Because as crazy as it is, if we are going to get aliens and learn about them through C-SPAN, I'm not interested. I have been sold that aliens are going to come from the sky. They're going to park spaceships over our cities. It's going to be threatening. It's going to be terrifying. C-SPAN is scary in its own way, but not the kind of
Well, they weren't talking to aliens in
I
Congress.
know, but they're talking about them, and it's are they getting us ready for something?
Well, what I wanted to know
let's
is,
head our way.
my main thing is just an administrative complaint. I don't know what precipitated the change from UFO to UAP. They're now called unidentified aerial phenomena. You know, you went from unidentified flying object, which is exactly the same as an aerial phenomena.
No, because maybe a phenomena is not necessarily an object. I feel like object means something tangible.
Right, but that's what
phenomena could just be. It doesn't have to be like a solid thing. It could be like a ghost.
But that's what they're claiming they've seen. So nobody's saying I saw ghosts. They're not talking about like weather phenomena. They're talking about we saw a ship that was moving so fast it's not of this earth. Like Navy video and things like that. This guy who, there were 3 guys. There was some quote-unquote whistleblower up there, some military whistleblower, and then a couple of retired Navy commanders. And they sat in front of the House Oversight Subcommittee. So it's like Tim Burchett, who's from Tennessee.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton, yeah, he did Edward Scissorhands.
That's why
did the
he's
first
in on
Batman.
this. Yeah, he
I think he
knows.
was a producer on Mars Attacks.
Yes, he
See?
was.
That's why they consulted him.
Yep. He did Batman Returns. Tim Burchett is a Republican from Tennessee, but he's on this subcommittee with guys like Jimmy Raskin, and I think AOC's on it. And so they were talking to these guys who were like, look, we've had encounters with whatever you want to call them, UAP, UFOs. But it's all that grainy black and white military footage. Why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars, by the way, on a bloated military if all we have video-wise is this grainy footage? I still don't understand that. So for all the testimony of things that these guys say they've seen from, they're alleging that the Pentagon is hiding evidence of alien technology. This guy said that about 10 years ago, they would regularly detect objects that they could not explain. Dark gray and black cubes.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots? And can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes,
Yeah.
inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
They said that they had testimony from people who have worked for military contractors. They say that they saw a tic-tac shaped object over the water. The guy went on to clarify, tic-tac like the candy, not TikTok, the Chinese communist app.
Obviously.
That's what the guy from Tennessee said. I don't mean the Chinese communist app that the kids are doing their dances on and their pass-out games. I'm talking about like the candy. When was the last time anybody... I didn't even know they made Tic Tacs still. That's still a thing? A Tic Tac?
It's one of my dad's favorite candies.
Well, yeah, because your dad was, like 65 years old, right?
No, my dad died at 59.
59. All right, well.
He's like 6 years older than you.
6? I'm 52, homie.
Okay.
So, but whatever. I didn't realize Tic Tac was still a thing. Like the little plastic container and,
Every Saturday, my niece would go over there, and he would give her, that was like their thing. They would have orange Tic Tacs together. So she would come home with Tic Tacs every single week.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, Tic Tac, I think, started as mint, which makes sense. The flavored ones, the flavor comes off right away.
I like the orange ones.
And, they taste good for like half a second, but then you suck off the orange flavoring and you're left with,
some white flavoring.
It's all white underneath.
Mm-hmm. Especially after you suck off the orange part.
Bill Squire is performing in Cincinnati in September. Get your tickets now.
Detroit this weekend.
Detroit this weekend.
A former intelligence officer, David Grush, testified he suspects the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, or UAP, office is covering up a decades-long program to retrieve crashed objects.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
The Pentagon has denied Grush's claims. Two former military pilots also recounted their close encounters.
This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field.
Former military pilot David Fravor testified he was astonished by what he saw in the sky.
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Congress signaled it'll ask federal agencies and the Pentagon to be more transparent.
Many people believe that we're withholding information from them.
On any unexplained aerial phenomena incidents, of which there have been at least 366 reported since early 2021.
366 in 2 years. And so what you see now is people coming to the conclusion, because of these kinds of testimonies and more and more articles about them, you see people coming to the conclusion that finally we're getting the truth on UFOs, that aliens are here. And man, that's a leap. That's a huge leap. I'm not the conspiratorial type because I don't think you need conspiracies. All the stuff goes on right in front of us. It's just people are too bored or distracted to really pay attention to it. But that they're hiding UFOs, I don't buy it. I was reading a thing on Area 51, and they were talking about how this guy that used to work at Area 51, he's like, they love that people think it's UFOs there because that's completely obscuring what's actually going on at Area 51. They're doing like random, completely predictable black site military stuff that's got nothing to do with aliens.
Why I gotta be black?
Ask them. So they're like, the Area 51 people love that everybody thinks it's aliens. because it's got nothing to do with that. I mean, there was no shortage of wacky stuff. If you watched any of this testimony, they're like, there's a multi-decade cover-up. You know, and these aren't people, the only reason they're sitting down with them is these aren't people, drinking Sunoco 440 with a tinfoil hat on. These are guys who are like, oh, I used to work for the Navy, and I was a pilot. And so they come with a certain degree of credibility. But when they get into, like, they're hiding non-human materials and blah, blah, blah. I always think of guys like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an astrophysicist. None of these guys are scientists. They're military types. So they can kind of walk you through what the video looks like. But when you look at a guy, you talk to a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson, if anybody was going to tell you or give you an educated guess as to the existence of aliens here, it would be somebody like him. And he doesn't buy it. So I defer to somebody who is exponentially smarter than most of us in that capacity. And he's like, we have a world where everyone has cameras. I mean, his reasoning is barely scientific in nature. He's like, you don't even have to go that far. We have a world where everyone has cameras. And all we get is the grainy black and white military footage. Somebody would have a picture of something. There are billions and billions and billions of photos uploaded to the internet every day. Every single day. Tens of billions of photos are uploaded. And there isn't one picture that confirms something like this. I like the notion that, when we were rewatching the Indiana Jones movies, the premise of the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is that aliens visited. They move from Nazis to Russians with Sean Connery, and then the aliens, because it's advancing by decades in that timeline. I like the notion that aliens were here millions of years ago. Because when people go, how can they explain how the Incas and the Aztecs were able to develop these mathematical structural equations that would have been just so far beyond their limited comprehension? That's kind of a cool thought to me. But boy, people are really, really, they showed outside the congressional testimony room, there was a line of people, civilians, line of people waiting to peek in there, people who were like, we're finally going to find out about UFOs. And I don't know, man. I don't see anything here where they go, yeah. But there's no alien, remember Alien Autopsy back in the day?
Yeah.
These things used to come on VHS. You'd have a friend that had a copy of Alien Autopsy, and it was, screw Blair Witch. Alien Autopsy was like the whole precursor to the whole found footage thing. And it was this grainy, handheld camera thing, the alien that it is all fake, of course, but
that's
it looked cool and,
I do think there is something to it. This is the perfect time for all this stuff to come out because there's ways to discredit that. Like, even if we saw, because we have so much technology, we have AI, we have like high-res photos. If we saw a UFO or like a picture of an alien, no one would believe it anyways. They would say, oh, this was created somewhere. This is clearly fake. So it's actually the perfect time for it to come out. And there's still, with all the technology we have, there are still so many things that are unexplained, like with the pyramids and how they were built with like chambers and these beams inside of the pyramids that were thousands of pounds that no one has a way of like reconstructing now. How did they do it back then with their technology?
Well, that's the question. I would love, and again, I'm not bright enough. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not bright enough to be an informed skeptic. But the people who are really smart about this stuff and are skeptical, I kind of look to those people. I would love it. I'd love to be a Fox Mulder. I'd love to be like, something's going on, and we're going to figure it out.
So you don't believe?
You want to believe.
You don't want to believe.
You don't believe Bob Lazar?
No. I don't believe any of that stuff. Because every so often, every generation you have some massive... you have somebody who purports to have information that no one else has. And my thought is always, you could solve this tomorrow by hauling out indisputable evidence of extraterrestrial visitation and go, here it is. To your point of people not believing things.
They wouldn't.
It would be easy to discredit a piece of video of some grainy craft off in the distance, obviously, super easy to discredit that. But if there was a photo or a live event where they were like, okay, we're going to be fully transparent about this.
They wouldn't believe it.
They
wouldn't believe the people
Or they would think there's ulterior motives or
they would-
an
they would-
election coming up
They'd be like, oh, you guys
Understood.
kept this from us for so long.
Understood.
Why now?
All I'm saying is facts are still a thing. And if there were facts about something, something you could touch and something that you could prove was being examined. Listen,
Twist
right?
facts now.
No. But this is what I'm saying. Right now, the only bipartisan thing going on in Congress is interest in UFOs. So this is not really a political thing. Now, granted, to your point, if they came up with something, they were like, well, let's take a look at this. Here's your evidence. Then it would get all tossed up. But for now, this whole subcommittee, it's Democrats, it's Republicans, it's,
You know what I think, Alan? I think you're too concerned about facts, and you don't think enough with your heart and the way that you feel and the vibes that you get off of things. I think you're a little too concerned with facts.
It's funny you should mention that because I watched a video last night.
About vibes.
Well, it was about
UFO vibes.
not being so, what was it? It was...
You tell me, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how he worded it. But it was basically being so fact-based or so fact-driven can really be damaging to you.
Yeah.
Right, but
I've been trying to tell you guys this for years.
But no. But what you're talking about is different
facts.
What you're talking about is like in your everyday life.
No. I mean with paranormal. I mean like ghosts, UFOs, aliens, all that kind of
that's
stuff.
By definition, that is paranormal. That is not scientific in nature,
But
right?
you're only concerned with the science of it.
Yes.
So that I'm saying stop doing that.
Science is a universal language. Science is something that you can repeat and get the same result, right?
Sure.
That's not paranormal. That's not, oh, bro, it's so cold in here. Look at my EPK meter or whatever the hell it is. EVP, right? I'm not talking about that.
All I'm saying is...
I'm talking about scientists who know this stuff. I'll always defer to their judgment. Now, obviously, in the scientific community, there are people who disagree on this. Not everybody agrees with a guy like Neil deGrasse Tyson. They go, well, here's a case for why we could have been visited. The thought is always that aliens wouldn't waste their time with us because we are not sufficiently advanced.
But you also...
It's the prime directive from Star Trek. You're not going to involve yourself in any civilization that isn't advanced enough to be able to handle it or to be able to contribute to it in a meaningful way.
What I was trying to say was the video I watched is called The Big Problem of Logical Thinking.
Wait, yeah.
So being
I've been
logical all
trying
the
to say
time.
this for years, and you guys don't listen to me. I've been telling you to
Right, but
stop
then I
thinking
watched-
with logic.
But that's not
Listen,
exactly what it is.
That's what they
Stop
said, right?
thinking with logic.
No, it's allowing yourself to also let the emotion have its place.
Well, here's my point.
Emotion very much has its place. It's just that people put way too much stock in their own emotions. So they go the other way, where they go, well, that's just how I feel, and you can't tell me I'm wrong. Nobody's telling you you're wrong about your feelings. We're telling you you're wrong about your facts. And what do the Trump people love? Facts don't care about your feelings. Well, now those people are in their feels 24/7. So you're right. Facts do not care about your feelings.
To go back to the I trust science and I trust smarter people, you have alluded to and kind of discredited scientists who believe in God before, where you've said, how can someone who's so smart believe in something so stupid? So for someone like you,
because
I
science
feel like,
is not belief.
I
There
understand.
are scientists who believe in God, but they don't believe in it because of science.
Sure,
right? They're
but-
non-overlapping magisteria.
But-
Science has nothing to do with faith and belief.
And if you don't believe in God, then how did that one guy from the video we watched the other day not be gay no more?
Okay.
He's not gay no more.
I don't like men's.
He don't like
I like
men's no
women's.
more.
I ain't gay no more.
But what I'm saying is that for you to put so much of your stock into scientists, but then also question them when their beliefs don't align with you.
No, I don't.
But you have.
Because they're not talking about God from a scientific perspective. They are just scientists who are also consider themselves people of faith. They're not saying, I believe in God because of science.
No, but
So I'm not
missing
saying
what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, you're saying that I'm discrediting scientists. No, I'm not. I'm discrediting a belief. I don't listen. What did I say? I'm an atheist, right? I don't have to humor your delusion. That's my perception of it.
That
right?
was just one example. I'm talking about in the past you have said something along the lines of how can someone, I don't understand how someone who is so smart and has science in front of them also believe in God.
Yes, I don't understand that.
So my question is then how do you not see that this could also be happening, that scientists could also believe in UFOs?
Because science is not belief. Science is not belief. You don't believe in science.
But you believe in what you're trying to prove.
Yes, but if you don't get the evidence to prove it, then you have to move on to something else. You have to try.
Or you keep trying to prove it
because
you believe in it.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying.
But nobody's proven the existence of God.
I just gave you a great example.
The God thing was just an example. I was making a parallel between the two. That you're not ready to trust. I don't think that you are ready to trust all scientists because you kind of think some of their beliefs are silly.
No. I trust them on their scientific beliefs. I do not understand. You're right. I don't understand how people of science are like, I believe that there is a God. But that's up to them. That's fine. I'm not saying I don't believe in their science. I don't believe in the faith part of it. Faith makes people very comfortable, and it's a good thing for them. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not for me, but I'm not a scientist. But I would absolutely defer to people of science.
So if
there are a lot of people of science who would very much like to prove the existence of God.
Or even the existence of UFOs like we're talking about. Like you're like, why don't they come out and say it if maybe these people believe in it, but they don't have that scientific evidence yet. That they're still working to prove it.
Right, yes.
But they wholeheartedly believe, like, this is so important, I have to put my time into it.
I'm all for it, man. Just because something hasn't been proven yet, obviously doesn't mean it never will be. All I'm saying is after thousands and thousands and thousands of years of people having religious beliefs, because it's probably to some degree hardwired in the human brain, right? After thousands of years of that, and millions of people trying to prove it, nothing has come from it. Meanwhile, concurrently, all kinds of scientific advancements have been made. Like, science never has to change its story because of religion. But religion has to move the chains all the time when there's new scientific discoveries. They go, oh, okay, well, I guess the Earth isn't 5,000 years old then, even though there's people who still want to believe that. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not gays no more. I don't like men's no more. I like women's.
To get delivered more. To get delivered. Do you believe that the Lord tonight has set you free? Yes, sir. Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women. I'm not gay. I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup.
Poundcake, when you were in church hiding under the pillows, was there a guy up in front doing that? No.
Okay. Poundcake's just on the stage trying to sleep.
Yeah,
This guy's waking me up.
That was me. Yeah, no, you can tell in the video there was a couple men at the front that were like just through with him. They're like, all right, he talking reckless. Like, let me just walk away because there ain't no way that is ever gonna be, someone's husband.
That's right. Well, he don't like men's no more.
You want some breaking news before we go to break?
Can it wait? Or does it? Yeah, you know what? Hold on.
It's real quick.
Alan Cox Show. Exclusive news update.
Joe Burrow was just carted to the locker room after going down on a play during 11-on-11. So
what a lucky play. Joe Burrow knows what he's doing. Boy.
He's
going down on everything. What?
His knee exploded. It looks like.
Alan Cox Show. Exclusive news update.
You mean a potential season-ending injury before the season even gets going?
Yeah, they're 1 week into practice, and it looks like he might have. A non-contact knee injury is what it looks like, and that's usually not good.
Oof, you got to go down on something. Your knee. Okay, if you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back here. You want to text 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
All right. Get ready for iHeartRadio's Living Black, August 2nd. Inspired by the culture, the history, the innovation, and celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop with performances by Usher, Miguel, Glorilla, Coco Jones, NLE Choppa, and special appearances including LL Cool J, Ty Dolla $ign, Roddy Ricch, and more.
Tonight we share something real special with you.
It's so much more than a concert.
It's all about bringing cultures together.
It's an experience that highlights and celebrates blackness. All hosted by Jess Hilarious. Listen with the free iHeartRadio app and watch on iHeartRadio's Facebook and YouTube. August 2nd at 7 p.m. iHeartRadio's Living Black.
Living Black is powered by the all-electric Hyundai Ioniq 5 and Hyundai Ioniq 6, each with bold and sleek designs that'll have you saying, okay, Hyundai. The 2023 Ioniq 5 and Ioniq 6 are available in extremely limited quantities. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny skies for the rest of your Thursday. Can't rule out a stray shower or storm. Highs in the 80s with overnight lows in the 70s. A heat advisory already in place for your Friday with partly sunny skies and a chance of showers and storms. Highs in the low 90s.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Levin's legendary warehouse clearance sale starts now at every showroom location. We've slashed prices up to 70% off, plus save an extra 20% store-wide. We pay the sales tax and get 5-year special financing with zero money down. Now at Levin.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey there, it's Alan for QC Kinetics. You know, they're helping people every single day, not only here in Cleveland, but also around the country. I told you when we were in Vegas a couple of weeks ago, a buddy of mine who I've known since we were in kindergarten, he's a big, tall guy, and he was lamenting, we're about the same age, he was lamenting the fact that his knees were hurting all the time. He likes to play golf, and he was doing it less and less. And I said, you should absolutely find out if there's a QC Kinetics near you. He lives in LA. There was literally one like 20 minutes away from him. It's an incredible non-surgical treatment that they do that repairs and restores damaged joint tissue. So whether or not your pain is in your knees or your hips, your shoulder, your back, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to keep doing what you love to do. Right? Regenerative medicine is the name of the game over there. So they're taking your own body's healing agents and concentrating them right in the areas where you have the most pain. Best part is there's nothing invasive about it. It's not surgery. There's no steroids and there's no downtime, right? Summer's not over yet. You should be doing the things you love to do. Call for your free consult with QC Kinetics now, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. They're in Beechwood. They're in Westlake and Independence in Northeast Ohio. 216-770-5488 to call them. 216-770-5488 for QC Kinetics. 216-770-5488.
When you hear Diamonds Direct, it's not just a catchy name designed to give the illusion of value. Our
everything else in between. Listen to the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Baroness, the band. They're on the Sweet Oblivion tour and bringing some friends with them. Put them in front of you. Soul Glow, Big Brave, Cloud Rat. 3 bands in the support slot there. They're going to play the Agora Friday night, November the 24th, the night after Thanksgiving. Tickets, info, everything else at agoracleveland.com. 2 for Baroness. Good luck. Good live band. Call her 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Only a couple of minutes away from some more money. $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie here in about 3 minutes. So listen for that next keyword today and tomorrow, your last 2 days for this round of the Buzzard Bookie to get some money. Guardians are in Chicago to start the first of 4 tonight against the White Sox on the south side. That is an 8:10 start tonight. They are on Central Time, so that's a 7:10 start there in Chicago. First of 4 against the White Sox. So 7:40 if you want to get the whole pregame coverage. You'll get it there. And then 8:10, first pitch. Guardians White Sox tonight on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you are around and want to listen there. Oh, pardon me. Hey, Joe. Joe, hello.
Hey. Hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, I wanted to maybe add a little insight or something I heard from Neil deGrasse Tyson on a video.
About Joe Burrow?
I'm sorry?
About Joe Burrow and his injury?
No, I'm talking about the whole religion and
the UFO
science
thing.
Well, not necessarily UFOs, but like the whole thing Mary was saying, like, you believe in religion or science, that you believe in science. You don't believe in science. You know science is real because people experiment and they, prove things. And so what Neil deGrasse Tyson said was, imagine, an apocalyptic event that happened and everything's wiped out and we have to restart, society, civilization again or whatever. People could come up with their own religions as, they did. And then eventually everybody will figure out math, science, and all the things that are able to be proven, 2 + 2, gravity, things falling, blah, 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 things that you can measure, So that's why we believe, quote unquote, in science.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I was making the point that Alan has been on the fence about, not even on the fence, but like said that those two things don't coincide, that you can't, or he doesn't understand believing in both. And I was saying apply that also to UFOs.
Well, again, it's facts versus values. That's all the science versus religion thing is. Because people will text me, they'll go, well, gravity's a theory. I go, yeah, but gravity's a theory in name only. It is a proven phenomenon. If you toss something up, it's going to land. So it was a law until Einstein, but it's still, for all intents and purposes, to your point, Joe, like, obviously there would be no shortage of religion if Armageddon happened. But irrespective of what you believe, if the whole world broke down, at some point, you would need to start a fire to cook or to stay warm. And you can't pray a fire into existence. So even things that you might not attach to one thing.
Those Hindu guys do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, like pull trucks with their foreskin and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the best part. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. Pulling trucks with your foreskin. Mary, you should ask the dudes who are into you. Mary's very big in India and Pakistan. You should ask any of them if they have ever pulled a truck with their foreskin.
I'm going to assume not, but...
You don't assume.
Don't assume.
These might not be Indian and Pakistani civilians who just enjoy your work. They might be kindred spirits. They might also be performers who recognize in you that desire to entertain.
Maybe.
So there's got to be a way to find out, hey, are any of you guys entertainers? You should have a standard response to these people from other countries. Are you an entertainer? And sure, 99% of the time they'll say, no, I just appreciate what you're putting out there into the world. And you go, hey, thank you so much. But you might get that one person that goes, yes, I am. I'm a penile vehicular influencer.
Blech.
And I've got myself a little cottage industry where I'll show up to events, sometimes invited, sometimes not, truck pulls, children's parties, and I'll pull things with my foreskin.
At a children's party.
Like I said, sometimes not invited. That'd be a nightmare for Poundcake, too, because pulling the foreskin only makes it bigger and longer.
Yeah.
And he wants nothing to do with that.
Again, creating scenarios in
Yeah.
my head that don't exist. And I get my feelings hurt about them. I want to think, it hasn't happened, but I want to think if my dream guy, from Barcelona, a hot guy from Barcelona, or from Australia, or, somewhere, I would like to think that I could overlook the foreskin.
Cody, there's men in America who are not circumcised. You know that, right?
But he doesn't care about that.
It's a small percentage, though. It's a small percentage, and I have
a smaller percentage, not a small percentage.
I'm just saying, from my humble sample size, I have only had maybe like 5.
Out of.
Don't answer that.
My humble sample size, like I said.
I don't think it's that humble, bro.
So again, not the population of the United States. I want to know that percentage. But
19% are uncircumcised.
That's a lot, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's estimated that around 81% of men in America are circumcised.
Okay. Well, again, I ran into 5. And I would like to think if one of those guys were like, they were perfect in every single way. And their one flaw is petty, but their one flaw was just they had long, dangly, foreskin.
That's not what it looks like.
Yes.
They're like they're like a penis, Fabio. Is that what you're describing? Long, dangly, like a basset hound's ears.
That's what he thinks.
It looks like it's meat on a skewer, just hanging, just dangling like you just skinned an animal or something.
He's got a euro in his pants. Is that what?
And
Shaving the lamb off the
I don't know if you've been
spit?
with guys that were uncircumcised,
Yeah.
or
Yes,
had front tails, like.
No, I've had them and they look normal, but again, it's just not a preference. I want to know. I would think in my mind that I could get over it. I know I can. He's perfect in every single way. He loves you. He takes care of you.
Okay, but how often are you seeing it flaccid? Because when it's erect, it looks the same as a regular one.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It depends on the foreskin. It depends on how it is.
Okay.
He's talking about dudes with 5 skin.
Yeah.
It just depends because sometimes it looks like a little pig in a blanket and it pops. Like it just depends.
Red Rocket.
Yeah. Other times you can't tell. You're right, but in my case, the ones I've seen, I could tell.
I wonder if you could hide $1,000 in that foreskin.
Yeah, that's a transition.
That is a transition.
You're welcome. Hey, it's courtesy of the Buzzard bookie last couple of days to grab one of these keywords and put $1,000 in your pocket. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of foreskin, I don't know anything. Everything I know about the manatee, I know from comedian Jim Gaffigan.
The manatee is endangered with extinction, and I think it's because it's out of shape. Looks like a retired football player. Ever see the manatee on the Discovery Channel? It's always floating around like, I'm bloated. Too much pizza for me.
Who knew that the manatee was out there getting so freaky? There's a manatee at a lab and aquarium in Sarasota, Florida. And they found this manatee dead. And they live a long time. This manatee was 38. I don't even know what a manatee is. They call it a sea cow. Mm-hmm. Is it like a like genus and species? Is it like a seal? Is it like
Yes.
A water rhinoceros?
Yes,
Is
a
it
water rhinoceros.
Okay. Is it? I mean, do they live fully in the water? Can they live above ground? Are they fully aquatic? Are they semi-aquatic?
I think they're fully
I
aquatic.
think they're semi-charmed.
I think they're like walruses or seals.
That's what right. Okay, because I know sea cow doesn't tell me anything.
Actually,
right?
I don't know if they come above water.
Well, that's
Manatees? They're mammals.
They are mammals.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I was trying to get at.
Manatees never leave the water.
But they come out.
They come breathe air at the
Yeah.
surface, but then
But they can breathe air.
yes,
Yeah, but they don't
Okay.
come onto the beaches
it
like
surfaces every 3 to 4 minutes.
Well, they might not come on the beaches because, boy, they are coming everywhere else. According to the story I was reading this morning about this manatee that they found.
People came all over me.
Right. This manatee that they found dead. A 38-year-old manatee named Hugh.
Oh.
Guy named Hugh. He
Yeah,
F's.
Hugh.
I mean, you know
Yeah,
he
right.
does. Yeah. But here's how he died. Hugh the manatee died.
Cocaine overdose.
High-intensity sex with his brother.
With his brother?
His brother named Buffett.
Oh, this must have been a panhandle manatee.
Yeah.
This is a Floribama.
Died.
This is a Floribama manatee.
I guess this is a stupid question, but I guess I never thought about animals having incest sex.
Right.
Because does their child come out like deformed? Or
Well,
like,
I don't think two brothers are going to have to worry about that problem.
I know this is a different topic, but I'm just saying like a sister and a brother.
I don't know. I mean, you'd have a tiny little manatee, but I don't know what it looked like. Hugh the manatee was found unresponsive after the staff reported observing an increase in sexual behavior between Hugh and his older brother, Buffett. Okay? So at least it was age appropriate. Buffett is a few years older, so he might be in his 40s. Buffett was seen penetrating the younger manatee to death. Hugh sank to the bottom of the pool and died.
That is.
He suffered a
messed
fatal
up.
tear in his colon.
Wow.
They said it was the very first time that this had been witnessed between the two of them. So they were Buffett, the manatee, so horned up that he fatally penetrated his brother. Now, again, just because it's the first time the staff at this aquarium had witnessed this behavior doesn't mean that it's unprecedented in nature. Does this make you want to know more or less about the manatee? Just in general. It's fully aquatic, but can still breathe air. Is that what Mary said?
Yes. It doesn't come up on land, but it comes up out of its surface.
Like its snout can breathe air. It's wild. I mean, again, to Gaffigan's point, they are out of shape. They're just big, blobby. If you've been to an aquarium where there has been a manatee, they're fascinating animals. Because I think that they throw in, we were at the Toronto Aquarium and we saw a manatee. And they're herbivorous, right? So they're like throwing heads of lettuce and cauliflower in the tank. And they're just tearing it up. So I don't know what the postmortem on this would be. I don't know if maybe they investigate if the older manatee mistook his brother for a head of lettuce.
And penetrated it?
Yeah, he went down like Joe Burrow's kneecap.
It was a calf strain.
Oh, a calf strain, not a cap strain.
that.
Oh.
Exclusive news update.
All right, well, attention to detail. There it is. I have to break. If you want to text me 35192, you can watch live if you like. You go to alancoxshow.com for the pictures, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The stakes could not be higher.
Single Buzzard Fest ticket prices will increase. 98.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
From time to time I dream that I'm a manatee, undulating underneath the sea, unshackled by the chains of idle vanity, a modest manatee, that's me. I look just like a chubby brown bananatee as I nose along the cozy ocean floor.
Song from, of course, Akron and Lakewood's own John Lithgow there. From, I think, like a children's album or something, and I can't believe it got past me, but everybody was blowing me up in the break about the manatee named Hugh and Buffett, the brothers, the latter of which killed the other one by penetrating his colon. Hugh Manatee. Oh, the Hugh Manatee is what everyone, and no doubt that's why they named it Hugh.
That's really funny.
I completely was so zeroed in on the salacious nature of the story.
Oh, yeah, the incest, murder, sex.
Right. Alan, a simple way to describe a manatee is they're fat vegetarian dolphins. All right. Hugh Manatee. But Buffett Manatee, I wonder, maybe there's a Warren Buffett fan in there.
Buffet?
Maybe a Jimmy Buffett fan. It is Florida. Maybe buffet.
Is it buffet?
Buffet. Well, Buffett. I don't know. I mean, Buffet Manatee. Buffett Manatee. I don't know, but the Hugh Manatee.
Hugh Manatee.
Went right over my head.
Me too.
So thank you. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app, you can always leave us messages there. You'll see a microphone talkback button for you.
Hey, Alan, I have the final solution to the pee-poo bathroom dilemma. Bill's idea with the death penalty in the pee bathroom, taking a dump in there. Chef's kiss, great. The poo bathroom, if we have an attendant, the potty police, or the poo spazzo, if you will, monitors the bathroom after somebody's done using it. And if you do not clean up after yourself, you have to go to a camp where you think about what you did. Just a thought. Okay, thanks, bye.
There was a lot of thought put into that.
See, that's what I'm trying to do. Get people thinking different.
Yeah.
And then you're coming up with good ideas. I do appreciate that he enjoys the death penalty aspect I added
I
to it.
don't care for his subtext, however.
What was that?
He has the final solution. You have to go to a camp.
Where you think really hard.
I don't care for that at all.
Because you guys don't like summer camps?
Seriously?
Nevertheless, that whole bit. Listen, people have put pen to paper trying to figure out this pee-pee-poo-poo situation that young Bill Squire tried to develop yesterday here on the show. And they're still going noodle with it. Still getting messages from people. Hey, I got another thing we can think about here. Poundcake, you ever heard of a band called The Smiths?
Nope.
Never heard this song, their biggest hit, How Soon Is Now? Great Johnny Marr on guitar. Frontman named Morrissey, who went solo. Smiths were not around for very long before Maz struck out on his own. Now he's been a crusty old git for a long time.
No, I've never heard this, I don't believe.
You've never heard How Soon Is Now?
No.
But Morrissey he's in the news today, and I think he's got a pretty good point. He's pissed off at everybody talking about Sinead O'Connor because he said, you didn't care about her when she was alive. Why are you talking about her now? That this is endemic to
in the news.
Performers who don't fit inside the box. And Morrissey, who was always looking for something to complain about.
He does like complaining.
She only had so much of herself to give, he wrote. She was dropped by her record label after she sold 7 million albums for them. She did have one massive album and then diminishing returns on the other ones, but all good stuff. She had a proud vulnerability, blah, blah, blah. He's a fellow artist, obviously, who's gone through his share of public recrimination, so I guess he feels that. But he said there is a certain music industry hatred for singers who don't fit in. And they're never praised until death when finally they can't answer back. And so he's telling everybody, hey, you didn't care about her before. Why do you care about her now? He compares her to people like Judy Garland and Whitney Houston and Amy Winehouse and Marilyn Monroe and
I feel like
Billie
those people
Holiday.
were all really cared about.
They weren't.
Well, they were all females, you'll notice, too. And we do have a different perception of female artists.
Whitney was ripped to shreds while she was alive, and then everyone wants to talk about, oh, what a loss, what a great loss when she died.
Why are people ripping her to shreds?
Two things
Because
can be
she had
true,
it-
though.
she
It was
had
a great loss when she died, but she had really made a mess of things in that last 10 years.
But I think people lose sight of the fact she was a woman in the industry. She was a black woman in the industry. Think about all the racism and sexism that she had to deal with.
Yeah.
And her being a one person trying to carry a business, trying to take care of her family, trying to take care of her, trying to make her fans happy, trying to make the industry happy. And I feel like the drugs got the best of her because that was her coping mechanism. She probably didn't feel like there was a way out. I don't look at her as a crackhead. I look at her as somebody who had problems. Like she had.
You look at her as a crack person.
She was very troubled.
I know a lot of people are troubled.
Don't just focus on the head. Poundcake takes into account the entire person.
You guys ripped her to shreds every time you.
I've only ever talked about her since she's been dead.
Yeah, Bill saved it for after.
Yeah,
Out of respect,
so don't
Cody.
lump
Out
me
of
in
respect.
with these people. Don't lump me in with these people that had really nice things to say about her when I've really didn't even talk about her until you would bring her up, and then I'd be like, and I defended her. I said the crack smoking is part of the reason she should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And Bill didn't for a long time until after she died. But does he get credit for that?
And she
no.
don't care. She's dead.
She doesn't care.
I guarantee.
Do you
When
remember
I'm
watching
dead,
the
I am
National
not going to care about whatever's happening. So I'll be dead.
No, but I definitely want people talking about me after
Ghost
I
World
die.
stuff. Ghost World problems
Alan,
to deal with.
do you remember watching that national anthem live when she sang it?
Yes.
Do you remember like what you were doing? Well, you were watching national anthem, but do you remember?
Yeah, I was watching Whitney Houston sing the Star Spangled Banner. That's what I was doing when Whitney Houston sang the Star Spangled Banner.
You didn't fall in love with her then? You didn't fall in love with the voice after that?
I liked Whitney Houston. My mom bought her albums. I heard a lot of Whitney Houston in my house growing up. My mom played all of her albums.
So why are you so rude to her?
I'm not rude to her. How am I rude to her?
I feel like you belittle her image. And
What image?
The image of her being the greatest voice of all time.
Well, that's your opinion. That's not the image that I have. No one can belittle her talent. I think that you have to keep in mind, too, that on the part of the public, obviously the public has a very entitled view of artists. Hey, perform for me, right? The public, by and large, not talented, never wrote anything funny, can't carry a tune, never did anything creative. And so ironically, there's almost a resentment on the part of the public toward performers. And so when they die in a way like that, it's a double-edged sword because the public is like, yeah, look at that. But also there's a part of it where they're like, man, that sucks because I'm not talented like that.
It would have been nice if she got it together.
Would have been nice.
Would
And
have
some
been
people do
great.
and some people
Yeah.
don't.
By the Florida Orchestra under the direction of Maestro Yaha Ling and sung by Grammy Award winner Whitney Houston.
You know why people love that one so much? Because she didn't dick around with it. You know, everybody
All the
now,
ad-libs.
everybody now does the Star Spangled Banner like they're auditioning for something.
Because she set that standard. That's why.
But she had a minimum.
kept it
of,
moving,
She
yeah.
kept it moving, man. She was not doing extraneous stuff.
Well, that one
There's a
part where she
lot
went
of
all the
women
way
who
up.
like go out there and they're doing trills and runs. It's like, okay. Because it's not a long song, so they're like, all right, I got to stretch this out so that I could. She just sang it.
She hit the high notes, and then this was the only, as far as I know, this was the only Star Spangled Banner song that was marketed. Like, they sold albums of this.
Yeah, but you know why? Part of it was timing, too. This was 91. This is right when I was in college. This is right when the Persian Gulf War started. You weren't even born yet. So it was, the timing of it was, she was at the top of her game. It was a very patriotic Super Bowl. So, like, everybody had flags. It was just all the stars aligned to make it an iconic performance and time. Because they put it back out, like, after 9/11.
They did, yeah.
So it was very connected to that time. So I don't remember where I was. I mean, when's the Super Bowl? So February of 91? A Sunday night? I don't know.
I was at home probably watching it, but I never cared about the halftime show or I just wanted it to be commercials and a decent game. And at 9 years old, I don't even know if I was that into football at that point.
Do you know who played that year?
The
Super Bowl
Bills.
25.
The Bills and 25, is that the Giants? Giants won because the Bills missed the field goal.
By 1 point.
Yeah.
The Giants won by 1 point. Both teams were 13-3 for the season. Bill Parcells was still coaching the Giants.
Yeah.
And the coach of the Buffalo Bills was Mary Levy.
No, Marv Levy. Jim Kelly, Thurman
Oh,
Thomas.
I'm sorry. That must be
those
a
Bills
typo.
teams were real good.
It was in Tampa. I don't know. The referee's name was Jerry Seaman.
Nah.
I don't know where I was for the Super Bowl in 19. I remember where I was when Enrico Palazzo sang the Star Spangled Banner.
This is the best one, though. The best one.
But they booed Roseanne.
The
I know where I
Rockets were there
was
and
when
the-
that happened.
You have the Rockets were there in the.
And we're all there.
And we were all there.
The bombs were all there.
The
and
bombs were all there. Yeah, that's the
I
best
got that.
one. That's the best one.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam,
Getting right to it.
whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as though rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming. And the rocket's red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
I was there too.
That's a good one.
And the squad was all there.
Super Bowl 25, known for Bills place kicker Scott Norwood's last-second missed field goal. Went wide right of the upright, starting a 4-game losing streak in the Super Bowl for the Bills. It was the only Super Bowl decided by 1 point and the first Super Bowl in which neither team committed a turnover. Scott Norwood, in the immediate aftermath, he was like Ray Finkel. He became... he was up there with Craig Elo, and I mean, just synonymous with sports F-ups. And
they made Buffalo 66 based on him.
Yes. Yeah. And he had a pretty, he didn't have an auspicious time in the NFL. He played for somebody else. He played for like the USFL. Right? Before I think the Bills grabbed him, he played for one of those other teams. It doesn't tell you much, but I think that's what. But Scott Norwood for a while, that name, boy, was mud. I don't even know if that guy's still alive. I know Whitney Houston is not. She is still, at least by this recording, Dead. But what are you going to do?
Damn, I
Hope
wish she
springs
wasn't.
eternal. What's that?
I really wish she wasn't.
All right.
Alan, as soon as you started playing Whitney, volume went right down. Can't stand that national anthem version. Can't stand her. Never liked her from day one. So, and I get so tired when Poundcake has to defend her and get so upset about it. She's a crack whore. That's how she died, and that's the way it is. Get over it.
Sounds like a Pennsylvania listener there.
Crackhead.
I turn it down. She's a crack whore. Why is she a crack whore, by the way? She was a crack addict. Crack whore. That feels intense. And frankly, unwarranted. Right? Poundcake, she wasn't known for she wasn't walking
Whoring,
around.
right?
She wasn't whoring.
No, actually, quite the opposite. Married, only had one husband.
There you go. Her and a double B. And he got her hooked. That first taste was free, boy. But after that.
Being Bobby Brown. I watched that reality show.
Being Bobby Brown.
Oh, it was so wild. It was so good.
Are you saying boo or boo-earns?
Trumps all the reality shows.
I was saying boo-earns.
And that was the premiere of Being Bobby Brown. What?
I said that trumps all the recent reality shows. Like, all the modern reality shows are nothing compared to Being Bobby Brown.
Not even Joe Schmo?
Who's that?
Remember the Joe Schmo
Joe
show?
Schmo was good.
Oh, my God.
A wild one.
Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. Hey, it's Joe Schmo, everybody.
That was the one where it was basically they're going to date a millionaire, but he wasn't a millionaire. Is that what that one was?
No, Joe Schmo was the one where everyone else knows they're on a reality show or something, or right? They're all actors, and he's the only one who doesn't know. It was something like that. It was a hoax show, but he was the only one who didn't know. Or did he? Isn't there a Netflix show with James Marsden where it's the same thing? It's basically like a reboot of Joe Schmo, where there's the one guy,
Jury Duty, yeah.
where
I
everybody
watched
else
an
are
episode of
actors
that.
and
Yeah,
he
it's
doesn't
pretty
know.
funny. I think it's on Tubi.
Or Not to Be, the Shakespeare app?
Yes.
Yeah. Nailed it. Yeah. Well, because I remember after Joe Schmo, there was this show called Invasion Iowa. Does anybody remember Invasion Iowa? It was William Shatner, where he went to a little town in Iowa and said, I'm going to make a sci-fi movie here.
Yeah, I remember.
But it was all fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was Kid City or like Kid Town or something like that, where like, what if kids could just run things? And
Yeah.
and they just all the kids got sick.
They took a Gummy Bears commercial and turned it into a show.
And like they had like a little ghost town that the kids were staying in, and they just trashed it, and they're like, well, I guess this doesn't work out.
I just remember she's on The Daily Show now, but there's a comedian named Desi Liddick, and she's super foxy. And I just remember she was in that Invasion Iowa. She was like the robot or something. And she's so cute.
On the live stream, someone saying that Bobby Brown did not get her hooked on crack.
Well, that's what
she did it
they
herself.
say.
She's a strong, independent woman.
Bobby Brown
don't
is
need
still
no man.
Bobby Brown is still taking the blame for getting her on drugs.
Well,
he might have not have gotten her hooked. He might have not gotten her hooked.
I'm in the camp of she is a strong, independent woman that got hooked on drugs herself.
It was actually her brother.
Jim Houston?
No.
Humanity.
No, Wally Houston.
Damn you, humanity.
Humanity Houston.
First you get murdered by your brother perforating your colon. That's what you get for getting Whitney Houston hooked on the rock.
Hugh Houston's a pretty hard name, though. I like that.
Hugh Houston?
Hugh Houston.
I've got to take a break. I will have, you want to go see Glorious Sons? These guys are pretty good live. Coming in from L.A., do a show for you at the House of Blues, right around the corner from us here in a few weeks. So I'll get you those tickets. Another $1,000 for you on the way, too. Listen for that next keyword at 5:30 from the Buzzard Bookie.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, mostly clear, a low in the high 60s on Friday.
Drinks exclude freezes. Tax extra.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
The Rod Ryan Show.
It's
The Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the morning. All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival, yeah!
All of the best free curated playlists. The best bands. All of the great podcasts for every interest.
The stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away, away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, it's a return of Glorious Sons. They're on the Glory Tour. It gets them to the House of Blues right downtown here. Wednesday night, September the 20th. Go to Ticketmaster.com for any and all info on that show or any other one coming to the House of Blues. Caller 10, these are yours, too, for Glorious Sons in September. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Dr. Ryan Berglund on the show tomorrow, making his triumphant return. We do a segment called Is It Red? Done it for many, many years now. And you guys, if you've got some weird stuff going on down there in the strike zone, tomorrow is an opportunity for you to avail yourself of Dr. Berglund's wisdom. He is a surgical urologist at the Cleveland Clinic. He is tops in his field. He was the purveyor of my vasectomy last year. And he has joined us for many years now, giving of his time and his talent. He's a penis whisperer, quite frankly. And he'll be here tomorrow. Our Is It Red segment is taking your questions. You can call live. You can email me in advance if you want to maintain some anonymity.
Call the After Hours line.
Call the After Hours line, sure. 216-986-8903. Leave messages there. You can email me, Alan at alancockshow.com. We'll take your texts, your calls, whatever. Women, if you want to call for your guy, guys can be a little nervous sometimes. We've had that happen on a number of occasions. We've heard from mothers of newborn boys with a question. But Dr. Berglund will be here tomorrow to answer your questions. Got some strange last weekend, and now you're a little concerned about the twig and berries. He will help out. Mary here tomorrow?
She is?
Maybe you'll have a question for Dr. Berglund.
I don't have a penis.
Yeah,
Does your boyfriend?
Yes, but it's normal.
Is it?
It's not inflamed or leaking or
It's not Peyronie's or anything like that?
I don't think so. As of last night, it was
You would
working
know.
great.
Yeah. Yeah. As of last night. Well, a lot can happen in 18 hours. You don't know. Might want to check tomorrow.
Slap, slap, slapping sounds.
Mary and Brian were going at it like sibling manatees last night. Like Hugh Manatee and his brother
That colon
Buffett.
got ruptured.
Yeah! But you don't let him do that stuff, do you? No, I do not. And she says it with such vehemence, where
Oh,
some other
please.
people, it's on the table.
Not on any tables in my house. Sir?
Well, that will probably factor into whether or not there's a proffering of a marriage proposal.
Yeah,
That's-
maybe.
at
Hope
some
not,
point.
but maybe.
Could you imagine if that was a deal breaker? If the seal breaker was the deal breaker,
That he won't marry me because of that?
weirder things have happened. I mean, I can't imagine that being an actual case, but I think there are a lot of things that need to be considered before two people make what is ostensibly a lifetime commitment or the remainder of your lifetime. You've already lived a lot of your life. You can't make a retroactive lifetime commitment.
Right.
Much as you might want to. I haven't, I always forget that right here on the east side of Cleveland, if you go north a little bit, there is a Subway restaurant. Now, they're easy to forget, even though there are Subways seemingly every 50 feet. And it's because Subway will basically franchise any empty area out. And this causes a lot of consternation among the franchisees. But the company they don't have much of a strategy when it comes to spacing their locations out. Ray Kroc of McDonald's said many years ago, I want people to go 5 miles in any direction and hit a McDonald's. But Subway, for many, many years, maybe not now, but as recently as a couple years ago, Subway was number one when it came to franchise locations worldwide. And so you'll find Subways everywhere. Now, I couldn't tell you the last time I had Subway, but there's always a line if you go like around lunchtime. But again, to my point, there's one right down the street from us here. And then if you go further down Euclid, east, there's one not far away. So they're really not spacing them out. But if you were somebody who really, really enjoys eating there, it might be worth putting it back on your radar. Because if you are willing to legally change your name to Subway, they will give you food for the rest of your life. You want to talk about a lifetime commitment?
I might do this.
Your first name can't be Cody Subway. You'd have to be Subway Alan Helpful Brown.
Damn it! Why can't they do this? Chick-fil-A Alan Brown?
Right. There's a reason Jimmy John's probably isn't doing this because that's a name.
Yeah.
But you go to subwaynamechange.com. Now, again, this is hashtag not an ad. It just caught my eye, and I thought it was funny. If you change your name legally to Subway, Subway Cox, I don't know about that. Subway Squire, a little bit better.
Homeless people will totally.
Subway Santora.
Hey.
That's an episode of Community where a guy, that was his whole persona, was he went around, I'm Subway.
Right.
That was his whole thing. But he could only do certain things because Subway had to approve of everything in his life because he was representing Subway.
That's so funny.
Now, here's the thing, as is always the case with these kinds of things when they go, you get unlimited for the rest of your life, right? Well, it's not unlimited, but it's a lot. They'll give you $50,000 in Subway gift cards. Now, there's simply no way to know how many $5 footlongs that would buy you.
Probably like 2 or 3.
But you figure that would last you a couple of decades, wouldn't it? I mean, unless you're eating.
How much you're eating.
Well, it's true. But I mean, unless you're eating, let's say you're having a breakfasty lunch.
Of Subway.
Man, I'm this cheap. I would do this.
Change your name.
You're going to get sick of it, though.
Because they'll also cover the cost of changing your name. They give you $750 for all the fees of changing your name. I guess I didn't realize it cost that much to change your name.
Well, that probably covers a new driver's license and stuff like
yeah,
that, too.
That's what they're saying. So you get $50,000 worth of Subway. Poundcake, I'm telling you. Think about it.
I'm probably going to do this.
Because I will start well, listen, one person wins. You got to sign up and go, yes, I'll do this. And then they'll pull and
Oh, I thought it was everyone who does it. I was going to say, why don't
everyone gets $50,000 in Subway gift cards?
But not many people would change their name for real.
Yeah, Alan, for real.
For real.
Think about that.
Because I will call you Subway Brown.
There should be a stipulation on this. Like, you have to have it for a year before you even qualify. Like, you have to walk around with Subway, the name, for a year before you even get any type of gift.
You're trying to delay your payday here?
I'm not delaying my payday, but there will be people that will change it for a day, get the $50 worth of gift, or $50,000 worth of gift cards, and then change it back. There's no harm, no foul.
I'm sure they have a clause that doesn't allow that.
Well, this is only going to run for 3 days. So the first day of August is Tuesday, and they will begin it at 9 a.m. Eastern on August the 1st. And you have to enter at the website for the game. And then I assume that they'll pull somebody at random and say, okay, off we go. You change your name, get the information back to us, and you'll win.
They're really trying to divert attention away from that Jared Fogle documentary.
That's old news.
Is it, though?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, that stuff is so salacious, you're not going to be able to get. I mean, it's such old news. Somebody can't hide Jared Fogle.
No, they're just trying to. They got to have a new marketing campaign.
Yeah, but didn't that come out like a year ago? Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, they do have to have a good point, Poundcake. They do need a new marketing campaign.
They need to get the focus away from the child molester.
Yeah,
You're right.
Child molester, but look at how much weight he lost.
How long
Can't
has
you
he been?
guys separate the sandwich from the artist?
Yes, absolutely can.
Has he been in jail for 10 years now or no? Is that more recent than I recall?
I want to say it's like 2015.
No,
2015,
it can't be that
2016.
recent.
2015, 2016, yeah.
Yeah, because he was still doing ads for them up until a few years ago, until they scooped him up.
And that's not that recent. It was a while ago.
I thought it was like 2012 or 2010, but okay.
Because it happened when we were on, like I was on the show.
Yeah. Yeah, this says, yep, he had been in their ads until 2015.
July 7th, 2015.
There you go. Never forget. I've got $1,000 here for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You'll see a lot of coverage of the SAG-AFTRA strike. You'll see a lot of actors. You might recognize their faces on the picket lines. Some of those picket lines are taking a break because it's like 98 degrees out there. It's going to be very warm here, too, in Ohio. Heat advisories for most of the country. It's supposed to be, I think, 91 or 92 here tomorrow. But in, obviously, places like Arizona and California, it's in the triple digits. And some people have complained, why aren't the A-list actors out on the picket line?
I've seen some out there.
I have too, but the thought is, and I think I agree with their thought, the thought is, if these millionaire actors are out there with the plebes, that's going to look, it's not a good look, because people are going to be like, yeah, these people aren't affected by this. And it's just going to look like they're out there getting attention for themselves or trying to, they're like, you're not going to see Clooney's and Brad Pitt's and Jennifer Aniston's because those people are not hurting from this. You might see them posting things. Anyway, this is a long way of getting around the fact that Norman Lear is 101 years old today. He's still alive. He's still doing stuff. He's a lucid guy. He still writes. He has been seen on these picket lines. If you don't know who Norman Lear is, this is a guy who was way ahead of his time. He was kind of a frustrated film writer in the 50s and 60s, and he just cut because he was ahead of his time. He was the guy that created All in the Family and Good Times and The Jeffersons and all these shows that were making social commentary and intermingling, black and white families.
Black and white.
Back when
young.
when he didn't need to do that.
Right.
He could have written regular shows and been fine. So he was really going out on a limb with these shows that ended up being classic shows. But Norman Lear is still alive. He's 101 today. And the number of people his age in Hollywood that's getting smaller and smaller. I think Mel Brooks is still alive, right? Is Mel Brooks 100 years old yet? I know Dick Van Dyke is alive.
I think
because
he's like 99 or something like that.
Okay. Dick Van Dyke is still alive because they'll show him doing yoga or, he like fell down or something and it was on TMZ because people are like rushing. He's like walking around with fistfuls of cash, giving it to homeless people. And like Dick Van Dyke is just like an old hippie.
What does a body feel like at 101?
Like from the inside or?
Like I feel like they should have like a simulator. Like, put this bodysuit on and now. Simulator?
Okay.
Not a stimulator.
Okay.
A simulator, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said a singulator.
No.
1.21 gigawatts.
But no, I feel like they should have some type of device where you can put a bodysuit on and you're like, okay, now you're a 101-year-old. This is what it feels like.
Just get drunk. And then the hangover, that's what it feels
Sleep
like.
in a bathtub.
Throw yourself down a flight of steps.
How if I fall and I can't get up?
But I mean, a guy like Dick Van Dyke, who he's still walking and, you stay flexible. That's a big deal. A big deal. And Jimmy Carter. I know Jimmy Carter's kind of in a bad way now. I mean, because he's still alive, right, Jimmy Carter? He and Rosalind were like sick at the same time. I don't know if he's in hospice now. He might be. But he'll be 99 this fall.
Oh, my God.
So there are a handful of people. Bob Barker. He's still alive. Bob Barker is going to be 100 years old right around Christmas. And so there are a handful of people that are that old. But Norman Lear is 101 today. There's an actress named Karen Dahl, who is, I think, the oldest living Hollywood star. She's 104 years old. And she was in The Wizard of Oz.
Who was she?
She was Judy Garland's stand-in.
Huh.
So she was in some really old movies. And she was also one of 13 survivors from a plane crash in the 40s. But she's still alive at 104. So, you know, people have differing ideas on how long they'd like to live. You know, all things being equal, I'd like to hang out as long as I possibly can, provided I'm not like infirmed or, you know, like any stupider than I am now. If I can just kind of maintain this level of being barely lucid, that would be great.
I don't know if I want to get, I mean.
Yeah, you do.
That's old, dude.
Because when you're done, you're done.
What if you
So
start
it
shutting
is-
down, though? Like,
well,
it's
that's
a
what I'm talking about.
painful-
That's no good.
You want the
I mean,
lucid
And you're
part.
like,
The lucid
you're
part's
like-
very important.
Well, I think everybody then. If you're going to stay lucid, you want to be 190.
That's what I'm
but
saying.
That's just not going to happen.
That's what Alan said.
We don't know.
A lot of people start
I'm
to lose
one
it
of
at like
those-
75.
I know, but I'm one of those people who's like, listen.
Quarter bagel a day makes you 190.
No, not that. Don't even rhyme, Bill.
And gay.
Quarter bagel a day makes you 190 and gay. Listen, if I lived to be 190, they said you can live well into your hundreds, but you've got to be gay. I'd have to think about it. Now, you would outlive.
An excuse to be gay.
That's what I always say. You would outlive people younger than you, and it would, you know,
Your
but
kids and stuff.
yeah. Oh
like-
God, that would be terrible.
Yeah,
terrible.
that's what I mean. Is
Terrible.
I don't know. I feel like if you 190, you'd be like, my kids died 95 years ago. I'm okay with it.
Also, you could have more kids.
That, no, you can't.
No, you're gay.
Why?
Because you're gay.
Old sperm.
Well, I'm gay for the stay. I mean, well, yeah, okay. Fresher the mayo, the better the sandwich. But I mean, you can still knock somebody up.
I would say, has that ever happened? Like, I know Mick Jagger is still like having kids or whatever, but
I don't think he's well,
But
yeah,
he
he
also
is. Yeah,
is
his
not the
girlfriend's
woman.
pregnant.
who is the oldest dad? Didn't we just talk about a celebrity that's like in their 80s?
Al Pacino had a kid.
He's
Yes,
in his
but
70s.
Men can still do that. Uteruses and things like that.
No,
Women hit menopause at 40.
Oh, no, I understand
Well,
that.
I'm a
talking
man. Where I'm talking about if I was 190, I
and
could
you're going to
just
knock up a 45-year-old?
have more kids.
For selfish purposes,
like
I
Someone
wanna
who's
see-
150 years younger than you?
When your dog dies, you get a new dog. If I lived longer than my kids, I'd make more kids.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, I'm just saying for selfish reasons, I want to know, as an experiment, who's the oldest person that has ever, like, planted their seed? Like,
I mean, Picasso was pretty old. Picasso was like in his 90s when he was knocking up Italian serving wenches or whatever, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's some old sperm. And the fact that it could make, like, a regular functioning person, that's weird to me.
Bob Barker better not punk out like Betty White or Poundcake is not going to be happy.
Quitter. 99. Just think about, you were right there. Like, what if it was like the day before your birthday? You're like, wait till midnight. I'd be so cheated. I'm like, really? I get up to the pearly gates. I'm like, I got a word to say. Like, I'm just sitting
The
there.
pearly gates.
Like,
you cutie.
Trolling.
God, not even that
trolling.
pearly.
Why it stank up here?
These are more like the dingy gates.
Smell like old people.
Tim. No, you figure everything, if heaven was real, everything would smell like lavender or something, right? Everything
Some
would
people are allergic to lavender, Alan.
But when you're dead, you're not going to be allergic.
When you're in heaven, you will.
Why?
Why?
Because it's part of it.
Like, oh my
I thought heaven was all of your afflictions.
It is.
Faded away, right? You'll be able to eat lobster Newburg to your heart's content.
I don't like lobster.
Not even
I
lobster
miss
Newburg.
shrimp.
You having lobster?
I've had lobster before.
No,
yeah.
I said heaven lobster.
Oh, I've never had heaven lobster.
That's what I'm saying. You got to try it. It's going to be good, probably.
I've had
You
a
gotta
close
get into
second.
heaven. You're probably not going to get into heaven.
I've had a close second at Red Lobster. Almost heaven. Haven't you heard their little jingle?
Oh, because they got them Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Almost heaven, Red Lobster. It's Shrimp Fest. You guys haven't heard that song? I think John.
I mean,
John
I have
Denver sang
now.
it? I think John.
Yeah,
Denver.
John Denver. Yeah, John Tesh, one of those Johns. I've heard it now. So you've never had a lobster?
No, I
Not
have
a
had lobster.
Oh, was it
I've
a
not-
lobster thermidor?
Yes.
Was it a lobster Newburgh?
Yes. It was. That was his name. Thermidor Lobster Newburgh.
Like humanity.
Yes.
Thermidor Lobster Newburgh. Yeah, well, it's a very rich dish. But you might say the secret ingredient is cayenne pepper.
Oh. What is lobster thermidor? I only know lobster like
Thermidor is just the wine and mustard sauce, I think.
okay.
Lobster Newburgh is like a whole thing with
what's
like
that one?
cognac and sherry and yeah.
That's
It's an old timey dish.
just
Like
like
if you go to
lobster.
Pier W, they probably have a friggin' lobster Newburgh on the menu.
like a boiled lobster.
Boiled
And
in front of you,
dip
so you
it-
can hear it scream.
And then you dip it in butter. And it's good. Clarified butter.
Yeah.
Yum, yum.
Alan, everybody ages differently. There's no one set way that a 100-year-old would feel. Yeah, that's true. Dick Van Dyke did The Masked Singer last season, they said. I'm sorry, The Masked Singer, according to Nick Cannon. Yeah. Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan, you're talking about longevity, and also Cody kind of brought up the thing about fathering children at an old age. I'm reminded of two different things. I'm thinking maybe being on the cast of St. Elsewhere could be good for you because, you remember Norman Lloyd? I don't know if you're familiar with him or
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
familiar with
He
that
was
show
like
at all.
105
Yeah,
or something, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was at least 104 when he passed away within the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And he was active. He had to quit playing tennis when he was 99 or 101 or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, William Daniels and his wife Bonnie Bartlett, they're both in their late 90s now. He's also the voice of Kit on Knight Rider.
He was Mr. Feeney, right?
Yeah, on Boy Meets World.
Man.
Yes, and Poundcake was talking about old dudes, how recently there's been Pacino and De Niro, Charlie Chaplin and Anthony Quinn both had kids when they were really old.
Yeah, Zorba the Greek. He was leaving it in. Yuck. Right. Okay, thank you, Randy. I appreciate the call.
Randy.
Got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie, you're afflicted with panic attacks. What causes it?
Mostly for me, it's airplanes. I don't like being trapped anywhere. I really just hate being trapped. If I'm not thinking about it, though, totally fine. But if I start thinking, hopefully I don't have a panic attack in here, you'll just have one.
So you have a panic attack about panic attacks is what you're
100%.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
AutoNation is here to make your summer even more exciting. Right now at AutoNation Ford, drive a new 2023 Ford F-150 XLT with $7,250 off MSRP. Hurry to AutoNation Ford in Amherst, Westlake, Wickliffe, and North Canton. What drives you drives us. AutoNation Ford. Stock number PFA 16233 plus tax tag, title, license, registration, government fees, and $250 dealer service fee with approved credits. See store for details. Offer expires end of month.
Mudvayne. The psychotherapy sessions live. Mudvayne.
Friday, August 4th, Blossom Music Center with special guests Cold Chamber, Guar, Nunpoint, and Butcher Babies. Here comes Mudvayne. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Mudvayne, part of the Minutemen Concert Series.
Listen up, Ohio. If you want the freedom to choose the right Kia at the right price, then I want you to get to the Ken Ganley Kia Freedom Sale. You've got the freedom to choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride. All with zero do-it signing. Just sign and drive. Got a trade? Bring it on in, because we want to pay you more, regardless of its condition. And when it comes to credit, we love to say, yes, you're approved. We've got the selection, and we're making deals at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
All offers plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through CAMF expires 8/15/23.
HMW Law can't stand when insurance companies offer pennies on the dollar for your pain or injury from a trucking, car, or motorcycle accident. It's insulting. HMW Law's guarantee is damn right we fight. Dial 800-CALL-HMW. That's 800-CALL-HMW. And tell them Charlie sent you.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith, Pro Football Hall of Famer and 3-time champion. Trust me, I know about joint pain.
Pro Football's all-time leading rusher Emmitt Smith talks about chronic joint pain and exciting new regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics.
I know what it's like to fight through pain, but now, you and I, we have help. QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced, all-natural regenerative medicine that can give you lasting relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Do you suffer with constant pain from arthritis or injury? Pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or lower back? Don't assume steroids, pain meds, and surgery are your only options. Regenerative, restorative, natural solutions are now available.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love.
Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn how regenerative medicine can repair and restore damaged joint tissue.
Make the call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmitt Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
SOS, I could use a hero right about now. My faith and love is upside down. H-E-R-O, where will we all go? SOS, I could use a hero right about now. My faith and love is upside down. H-E-R-O, I crave a hero. I crave a hero.
At Diamonds Direct, we want to make something very clear. We will absolutely beat the price of any comparable diamond that you find anywhere else. No fine print, no disclaimers, just a rock-solid, unqualified, nationwide price guarantee. This goes for 1-carat diamonds as well as 15 and 20-carat diamonds. You see, at Diamonds Direct, we're more than just another jewelry store. We're part of a world diamond powerhouse with direct access to the world's top diamond mines. We have our own diamond cutters too, so we are active in every aspect of the diamond market every single day, from source to showroom. So when you see a diamond somewhere else, online or in a store, or from some so-called supplier, just know that apples for apples, you will get a better price at Diamonds Direct.
Furniture and Loved In mattress.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Just want to make sure that Mary remembers to tune in to 2 hours to midnight, my new metal show here on MMS. I'm going to be playing this brand new music from Signs of the Swarm. Great band from Pittsburgh originally who are blowing up, boy, and you can tell why. They're awesome.
They really set themselves apart from everybody else.
Indeed. Yeah,
Brian
brand
likes
new
this
metal.
band.
What's that?
Brian likes this band.
He should. They're great. Brand new metal from Signs of the Swarm and Earn. Play some classic metal. Play some King Diamond on Saturday night. Play some Wasp. Play some local music. Maybe local music is more your speed. Maybe you want some Embalmer. Some local Cleveland metal.
This music makes me want to be embalmed. Yes.
Well, then they've done their job properly. Anywho, that and more on Saturday night. Provided that the Guardians game doesn't go long, we will join you at 10 o'clock. The show is 2 hours to midnight. I'm your host. I'm joined by Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And between the three of us, we provide for you 2 hours of nothing but metal. If something you want to hear, if you have a band, either one, 2HTM@WMMS.com. And I always post the playlists week to week. People go, where can I hear the podcast? There is no podcast. It's just live on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So Saturday at 10 o'clock or immediately after the Guardians game. What's that more? Okay. So, that's there for you. Hey, the Guardians are starting up in Chicago tonight against the White Sox. It's my team. Have I ever mentioned that, Bill? I'm a White Sox fan.
Yeah.
Anyway, 8:10 is the first of 4 tonight. That's when your game time is at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Guaranteed what?
Rate Field.
Oh, I thought you said guaranteed.
Rape?
Yeah, like that.
I'm pretty sure that the White Sox ballpark is not called Guaranteed Rape Field.
I just was making sure. I'm not a fan. So I don't know what they do out there in Chicago. It's wild out there.
Right. Well, listen, you could be, unless you were mistaking it for the seed, the rape seed, but they probably wouldn't.
Grape seeds?
I'm sorry?
Did you get your grape leaves yesterday, Mary?
Yes.
Rape leaves?
No.
Rape seed grape leaves?
I got regular grape leaves from no rape.
Oh.
Grape leaves. I actually brought
Did the
some-
lady stomp them in front of you by any chance?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I've actually ever eaten grape leaves.
Dude, they're so good.
What are they?
It's like rice and seasonings and oil. Sometimes they have meat in them, and then it's like wrapped in grape leaves.
Oh, you went to the Lebanese joint?
Yes, I put it on my Instagram story. The guy I walked in, I have on this like a Helium Comedy Club hoodie, and he looks at me and he points at my shirt, and he goes, "Are you Mary?" And I was like, "Yeah." I've been in there. Me and Brian go in there literally all the time. And he said that 2 women came in, one from Middleburg Heights and one from Medina, after I mentioned it, and he pointed at my shirt, and he was like, "You're on the radio?" And then he said 100.7.7, and I was like, "Almost,
Nailed it, yeah.
Talk about more on radio.
Yes, he's like a really
Tell me
old-
more.
Yeah, he's like a super old Lebanese dude. So
Yeah.
I was like, I mean, yeah, almost 100.7.7.
There you go. He was channeling Pete.
Yeah. But no, we went in there, and I actually brought some in for lunch today. I had a couple great
You had the
leaves.
dolmas?
Yes, they're so good.
It is good.
And then with the hummus and the
Oh, yeah.
pickles and wrapped it all up.
The cumin and the lamb? You get lamb in there? What do you
No,
get?
I didn't get any meat yesterday. Yesterday,
No
I
meat.
ate grape leaves as my dinner. Which
But you don't get any meat in them.
No, they don't have meat in them. Normally, I'll get like a Lebanese salada with chicken on it, or
I
a
see.
side of.
You're not
meat.
getting the stuffed grape leaves.
No. They're stuffed with like rice and seasoning, but their grape leaves don't have meat in them.
You can get meat, though.
Not at this place.
Oh, you can't?
Grape leaves.
It's
either
a vegetarian joint?
No, but not all places put meat in their grape leaves.
I know,
That's
but
why
you
I
said
like
you
theirs
can't
so
even
much.
get it like that?
Well, they make them ahead of time.
I'm saying that I assumed that there was an option to get them with
Not
the
at
beef.
this one.
Oh, really?
I don't like so that's the other thing. I like grape leaves when they're cold. I don't like warm grape leaves. I'm very specific. about
Yeah,
what
I don't
they
want.
are.
I don't want the
when?
cold ones.
Then you are the opposite. You probably wouldn't like these. They're cold and they don't have meat in them.
Oh,
which are
no.
two of the big reasons why I like them.
No, I don't want that.
Yeah, they're very, very good.
All right.
Yeah, I brought some in for lunch today. I did not break up with Brian to go to dinner with Bill. That did
Pardon
not
me?
happen. Bill yesterday on the show asked me if I would break up with Brian to go to dinner with Bill instead.
That required you to break up with
That
him?
was Bill's idea.
Originally, I said, just we're going over to Terry's North Coast Auto, where you get the best service on everything ever. And I was like, we're gonna be right by pho, so let's go get some pho. And she's like, I got plans with Brian. I was like, well, don't do those plans. Break up with them for the night.
Don't do those plans.
Break up with them for the night and get back together. You get to have makeup sex later tonight.
No, I did not do that. We went to Target instead.
Instead of sex?
No, we had sex after Target.
Yeah, another target.
Hey.
Yeah, both targets were hit last night. Bullseye!
Shut
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well. Okay.
I don't know how we got on this, but yes, it was a good
Grape leaves.
Really good.
He thought I said guaranteed rape field.
And then
we went to
grape
grape leaves.
seeds and-
Right.
Okay, that's how we got
Guaranteed rate field, the home stadium for my Chicago White Sox. First of 4 tonight on the South Side against your Cleveland Guardians. And then the White Sox will be here in town next weekend. Guardians will play the White Sox and then go to Houston to play the Astros. Those cheating Astros.
Dirtbags.
Ooh.
Hey guys, it's Rissa from Columbia Station. I was just wondering, so Rover's Morning Glory is going to be at Buzzard Fest. Are you guys going to be at Buzzard Fest?
We are going to be at for some
Yeah,
reason,
but we're gonna
that's
be
not-
working in booths, like selling merch and stuff.
Lemonade.
They're gonna be like, we didn't have enough people.
We're doing elephant ears on the side.
Yeah.
All right, everyone's got to put in their shift at the nacho stand.
We are going to be, you wouldn't notice it. All the promos are talking about Rover's Morning Glory going to be. Yes, we are going to be there. We'll all be there. Hanging out and doing whatever. Yes.
I am excited.
Buzzard Fest next Friday.
Get a shake 'em up lemonade. A walking
What is that?
taco if they have it. The one thing where they squeeze the lemon into the sugar and the water and they shake it up.
Yeah, but I got the vibe that they're doing a little bit higher,
yeah.
that they're doing a little bit higher profile than carnival food.
There's no shake 'em up lemonades.
Well, I don't know that, but I know that the account I was following, this Victory Live or whatever, they were like, "Oh, make sure you stop by our food stands," and it looked pretty legit. Like it looked,
I don't think it's like fair food. Yeah.
yeah, looked more like they're not just
Victory
doing corn
Park.
dogs and
On Instagram? Alan?
yeah. I'm trying to find it here. Victory.
Victory Live Fest, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
But this isn't. Oh, okay, there it is.
And they have a couple of
Oh, there's like
Victory Live Fest.
There's a gyro stand. Awesome gyros,
There you
Kona
go.
Ice. And eat my donuts.
Yeah, it says bring an empty stomach. We're gonna eat, drink, and shake our booties. Apostrophe S. All weekend long. There you go. Yeah, so it looks like they have like caprese salad
I like
and like
caprese
mojitos. Yeah, so there's a gyro stand there too. The Kona Ice. Yeah, so who knows? These might just be kind of display photos. Maybe results may vary. But anyway, Rissa, yes, we are going to be at Buzzard Fest next Friday. Correct. Set your calendars and make sure that you say hello.
Are we getting paid extra for that?
What?
No.
You've been doing this long enough. It's a station event.
Says a no.
Alan, it's Dustin
Yes.
down here in Georgia. Hey man, you always like talking about heavy metal and stuff. I thought it would only be fitting that you play a little of Alex Terrible from Mayor, because he has a phenomenal growl or brawl or whatever the hell you call it. But yeah, I would love to hear what you think of him and what she thinks of him.
We played them last week. He's in a band called Slaughter to Prevail. We played them
They were at
last.
Incarceration.
Yes.
Brian was excited to see them.
Yep.
Ew, don't play. Okay, play it.
Huh?
Play it.
No.
Oh.
No, I think we played them because they're Russian. I think they relocated to Florida, but they're a Russian band. So, but we played them either this last week or the week before. We played some Slaughter to Prevail. That was a Pat Butler pick. He digs them. Thank you. I thought it was somebody pretending to be him
did
at first.
too.
Yeah.
Yes, Dustin.
Play it for mayor.
Slaughter to Prevail. Let's see
Slaughter
here.
to
We'll
Prevail.
do this. This is what we played in 1984. So
has a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
really
you
like
know,
a
it's a lot of pinch harmonics and screaming and you know. It is weird because to Bill's point, he's, it's hard telling one band from the next. To the untrained ear, that's very true. To the trained ear like mine, I can hear two very similar bands and I will like one and not like the other. And who knows why that is? It's probably true of any genre, right? You don't like every country artist.
Right. And you guys think they all sound identical.
That's right.
I think all pop country sounds one way, and then there's other country that all sounds one way.
Got
But
it.
it's different.
Got
But
it.
I can tell the difference between those two.
Okay.
Try that in a small town.
Apparently, he cut part of that video out, right?
Oh, okay.
They took the footage out of that Jason Aldean video that had the
All the
Black
flags
Lives
burning. Yeah, he
the
loves
Black Lives Matter stuff in there.
Jason Aldean loves watching the American flag burn.
Controversial video edited to remove BLM references. Now they could also mean the Bureau of Land Management.
Says Palmer.
He might not like park employees either. I had clips from police brutality protests, and they've edited.
And there's
to
also
remove
B-roll from, like
Russia or Germany or
no,
something.
it was some of that stuff, but like also like I read some thing that it was from like Getty Images, like
stock footage.
Yeah, like stock footage
photos,
type stuff. Yeah.
It's got to suck though, and I mean we've talked this to death, so I'm not going to get back into it. But just it would suck to take this much heat for a song you didn't write. Because,
yeah, but you're performing it, so then I feel like you have to take all the blame for it. If,
Well, no.
if you're willing to put your name on it publicly.
I agree. I'm not saying that. Perception is reality. I'm just saying that, like, if you wrote a song, you could really be like, well, this is what but you're taking somebody else's. First of all, I take people less seriously when they're using someone else's song. It just reminds me of like comedians in the 50s who somebody else was writing their jokes and they would just go up and do them.
Dude.
Not as widely either recognized or accepted. There's such a great and has been for a long time. There's such a great premium on individuality and personality that you can't do that anymore. You can't just go up and do somebody else's material. That's why like a long time ago, they didn't have showcases of comedians because they were all too similar. You didn't have Don Rickles is an outlier, but I mean, they all had like the tuxedo and the Hey Did You Ever
comic
Notice?
on per show.
Right. Now you can have a showcase because everybody's so different. But musical artists, it's mostly prevalent in pop music.
Can we just put a little asterisk by that? Everyone's supposed to be different.
Right. But I'm just saying, as pop music has intersected more and more with country music, I think it's gotten to be more acceptable to just go, here's a pile. And people are always writing songs for other people. Chris Stapleton, before he got to be pretty popular as a solo guy, that's how you made your living. You sold songs to people. So it's not like a new thing. I'm just saying that to take so much heat for a song that someone else wrote, but you liked it. You're like, this sounds like me. It's not like it's dubstep. It's not like somebody wrote him a song and he goes, nah, this doesn't sound like me. This isn't in my voice.
Trey Crowder comedian, he had a great joke about it because he's from a very small town, and the first line is about getting your grandma getting robbed at a stoplight, and he goes, "A stoplight."
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Yeah.
And he tells a story about how they tried to put a stoplight in his small town, and at night people kept shooting him out.
I was all fired up about that Jason Aldean song, Try That in a Small Town. But I'm from a very, very, very small town, so I was interested in this story. One of the first lyrics of this song is like, hey, try carjacking an old lady at a red light, right? And I was like, a red light? What is this, Times Square? I was like, Jason Aldean don't know what he's singing about, right? And he's from Macon, Georgia. Have y'all heard of Macon, Georgia? Yeah, that means it's not a small town. The fact that you've heard of it, right? I looked it up, they got a Target. Might as well be Paris, dude.
Very funny.
It might as well be Paris. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how are you, Alan?
What's up?
Bill, Mary, hi. Hey, I was just wondering, on your metal show, do you do like any old metal, like Lucifer's Friend?
Oh God, like from the 70s?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. They're German.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
really good.
Well, yeah, I mean that 70s stuff. Yeah, no, well, I don't care if I like it, I'll play it. I mean, I don't know that I go that far back with a lot of that stuff. I mean, other than Black Sabbath, I don't know if I'm dipping into the
But you've
70s. Huh?
You've heard them, though.
I
right?
have, yes, correct.
Okay, that's awesome. I'd love to hear that on your show.
All right, well, I'll give it a listen. I've heard of the band. I don't know that I've heard their stuff, but I'll give it a listen.
Oh, Ride the Sky. There's a lot. They got a lot of great stuff. But
Ride the Sky.
What about White Witch? Yeah, what about White Witch?
Is that another 70s band?
It's a very 70s band. Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, yeah. Email me some of these suggestions, Eric.
I could do that.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, pal. I mean, I don't hate it. It's that 70s like krautrock kind of stuff. It's still very proggy. Nobody was doing like death metal in the 70s.
It sounded like an elephant.
It sure did sound like an elephant, didn't it?
Is it supposed to?
I don't know, Mary. Ask Lucifer's friend.
I won't.
Millhouse lives right next door. Hey, Jim.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I was just calling real quick you were talking about the different comedians and different styles, and I watched a show a couple nights ago of a comedian named Mark Norman. I've been following him for a while, and I thought he's pretty good, pretty up and coming, and since I've got three comedians there, I'd like to know your opinions of Mark Norman if you've heard him.
Gay.
All right, thank you.
I like Mark. I think he's funny.
Yeah, that's his bit. Is he?
Is he up and coming?
No.
I mean, he's
not really.
He's
no.
he's
at the
pretty
top,
much made
yeah.
it. Yeah, he's one of
He's
the
doing
biggest
theaters.
comics out right now.
Yeah. But for a while, there was a long time he had been working and people didn't know who he was. Seinfeld dropped his name one time, and that's really what got people paying
Well,
attention
he
to
also opened for Amy Schumer for years.
him. Right.
And he's been on every single podcast. He's been out grinding. Like he's done a million different things that got him to where he's at.
Right.
He's worked his ass off. And yeah, but also gay. And also the guy you're talking about is Kevin Hart.
Wait, what is that?
The beginning of his special, he goes, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kevin Hart, because he ends all of his sets going, hey, good night, everybody. I'm Kevin Hart.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, been doing that for as long as I've known him, and I've known him for 10 years.
I think Mark Norman is very funny. The only thing about his style that I don't care for is that he has, I don't even know how to put it. He has a vibe that he's almost embarrassed to be doing stand-up. And I think he's so funny and so good that he has almost like this apologetic tone to him. And I know he's kind of leaning into it from time to time based on like the joke, but he's such a killer. I wish he'd come out and just like, I don't know.
I think it's part of his charm.
Oh, maybe that's what it is.
Sleepy charm.
Sleepy charm. Sleepy charm. Didn't that guy, wasn't he the quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks?
Backup quarterback.
Oh, Sleepy Charm. Yeah, that was the 81-82 season. You guys don't remember. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send a text 35192, and we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.